I hope I'm audible and visible.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Sushila.
Yeah. So I'll start.
Yeah.
As you looked at today's dawn, you tried to bring back yesterday's memories and thoughts of what's tomorrow. But I would like to say, why not cherish the today? A very good morning to one and all present here. And thank you for joining us for this two-day international multidisciplinary web conference on COVID-19 Future Roadmap. To welcome is to show honor and integrity. On behalf of our institution and on my personal behalf, I welcome all the delegates, dignitaries, eminent guests, special invitees, participants across the globe, not forgetting my own colleagues for this two-day international conference on COVID-19 Future Roadmap. It is a mark of our tradition to invoke the Almighty at the beginning of an important event. Prayer is not asking, but reminding us there is a God that all come together and pray. Loving Almighty, as we come together, we give you thanks for good gifts you have given us. We ask you to guide and support our lives. Therefore, we pray that your love will live amongst us. Give us the desire to find ways to excel in our work. Help us to work together and encourage each other in excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, now we formally start with the conference. We have our own Gokhale Education Society song which will be played, and I ask all of you to reflect for a few moments.
Madam, can we wait for a minute?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Because we are not still live on YouTube.
Oh.
Technical team, are we ready on YouTube?
Sir, we are already live. Please refresh.
Okay. Yes, please go on.
Rupal ma'am, kindly play our Gokhale Education Society song. Thank you. The underlying motive of this two-day international conference is to undertake a discourse on challenges posed in front of human society due to COVID-19 pandemic and to envisage a plan for the existence of entire human society in the pandemic and the post-pandemic world. We all are aware of the fact that COVID-19 pandemic has affected the entire world and led to drastic loss to human life worldwide, presenting an unprecedented challenge to public health, economy, business establishments, mental health, food security, education, transport and tourism, entertainment industry, sports and so forth. The pandemic has brought many unanswered questions and unexplored situations in front of human society, and human society is definitely going to have tough time answering these questions and handling this situation in the post-pandemic world with people having different views and opinions. Given this backdrop, it became necessary to talk, to discuss, to share, and figure out ways through which the future roadmap can be developed to deal with such a pandemic situation. Now, of late, there is another epidemic that has attacked us, and that is black fungus, mucormycosis, which we have to face and find solution for. Hence, it is a worthwhile exercise to have deliberations to conceptualize and document the future roadmap and ways through which one can adapt to new normal. This two-day international conference on COVID-19 future roadmap is one such step from our college to bring together scholars, academicians, experts from different fields on this platform to have deliberation and contemplate a variety of pervasive changes sweeping across countries and cultures to anticipate and overcome the challenges towards the future roadmap. We assure you that this two-day international conference will benefit all of us and help us in raising various doubts, generate fruitful ideas, and get solution to our queries. I now request our principal, Dr. Mrs. S.V. Sant, to deliver the welcome address and introduce the chief guest and guest of honor of the inaugural session. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, Sushila.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, one and all. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Krishna Vedula, respected chairpersons, guest speakers, principals, and all delegates. As a principal of this college, I humbly welcome you all for this two-day international web conference organized by Gokhale Education Society's Sri Bhausev Vartak Arts, Commerce, Science, Borivali, Mumbai, India. Our Gokhale Education Society is a lead enterprise being established in 1918, pre-independence era. Gokhale Education Society today has 142 educational institutions under its umbrella, working in 3 zones, Mumbai, Palghar, and Nasik. Today, it caters to the educational needs of more than 1 lakh students. Gokhale Education Society is a teacher-managed society with a motto above self and above politics. Gokhale Education Society is established this Arts, Commerce and Science College of Borivali, West Mumbai in June 1979 in order to cater the educational needs of the people in northwest suburb of Mumbai. That time, it was the first senior college set up in the suburb of Borivali and Daisar area with an aim to impart value-based quality education in a disciplined manner. The college is permanently affiliated to University of Mumbai, enlisted under Section 2F12B of UGC Act. It is NAAC re-accredited and ISO certified. In order to enable students to face the challenges of new trends, management has introduced self-financing programs like BMS, BACIT, BCom with banking and insurance, BCom with accounting and finance, postgraduate program, short-term add-on and certificate programs in addition to BA BCom degree programs. The institution is constantly endeavoring to expand and grow to address the need of the time. Gokhale Education Society is committed to raise the dignity of teaching profession. The chairman, Principal S.B. Pandit, and the Director General of Gokhale Education Society, Sir Dr. M.S. Gosavi, emphasize that the faculty has to be a lifelong learner, critical thinker, and a leader of a change. In this context, our college is organizing conferences consistently on contemporary issues at university, state, national, and international level. The theme of this conference is very vital: COVID-19 Future Roadmap. The Director General of World Health Organization in March 2020 declared COVID-19 as a pandemic after assessment of the rapid spread and severity of the deadly virus across the globe. Actually, what started as a flu-like illness in one person in one corner of the world had changed the lives, world of work culture, livelihoods, and future of billions. It has affected the entire globe, posing number of changes, difficulties, and challenges in different sectors. However, all of us now face the need for recovery and adjustment to the new normal. In this background, organization of this two-day international web conference is one step forward by our college to provide a platform to experts from different backgrounds to have deliberations and explore future roadmap. Dear friends, today we are fortunate to have with us Honorable Dr. Krishna Vedula as a chief guest and keynote speaker for this inaugural function of the conference. Dr. Krishna Vedula, Dean Emeritus, University of Massachusetts, Lowell, USA, founder and executive director, Indo-Universal Collaboration of Engineering Education. Dr. Vedula has BTech from IIT Bombay, MS from Drexel University, and PhD from Michigan Tech University. He has 40 years academic teaching and research experience in material science and engineering, as well as in engineering administration. Dr. Vedula has given invited talk at 60 international research and teaching conferences all over the world, published over 75 peer-reviewed articles, chapters, journals, books, and conference proceedings. He has graduated 15 students with MS degree and 10 students with PhD degree. He had generated research funding of more than $4 million from wide range of government and private agencies. As a college dean at Lowell, he was successful in fundraising of $5 million in scholarship, endowments, and equipments. Dr. Vedula was president, International Federation for Engineering Education Society during 2010-12. He has received numerous awards in recognition of his global leadership in engineering education like Nikola Tesla Chain Award, Mass High Tech All-Star Award, Workforce Development Leader of the Year Award, IFEES President Award as Global Visionary, Global Engineering and Engineering Technology Educator Award from International Division American Society for Engineering Education. Dr. Vedula is Chief Editor, Journal of Engineering Education Transformation. So friends, he is an educator, author, researcher, guide, administrator, editor, a global visionary, and international academician. On behalf of my college and on my personal behalf, I feel happy to cordially welcome you, sir, in this inaugural function. I'm happy to state that we received more than 50 research papers for this conference. Selected papers are included in peer-reviewed UGC listed journal with impact factor 6.3999. The journal and proceedings will be virtually released in this conference at the hands of our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Vedula, and our guest of honor, Dr. Rajesh Khajuria. Today, we have with us guest of honor, Dr. Khajuria, Commissioner, ACBSP USA, Professor Emeritus, FPT University, Vietnam, and well-wisher of our college. He is a resource person, guide, mentor of our college, who is always ready to provide valuable guidance to us. On this occasion, I heartily welcome you, sir. We express our deep sense of gratitude towards Dr. Kallurkar, special guest of this function, who is a member of our College Development Council, a guide and strong pillar of our college. We got constant support from Dr. Kallurkar and Dr. Khajuria in organizing this conference. I heartily welcome Dr. Kallurkar in this conference. We are grateful to all eminent chairpersons, guest speakers of various sessions. It's a moment of great pleasure for me to extend a warm welcome to Honorable Evangelia Madam from Greece, Dr. Polkowski from Poland, Dr. Christopher from US, Dr. Amy Bashu from US, Professor Erickson from US, Dr. Amrutkar from India, and Dr. Vaikar from Singapore for accepting our invitation. My warm welcome to all principals, invitees, delegates, and my colleagues. I'm sure that the deliberations of this conference will enrich your knowledge and widen your horizon. Once again, hearty welcome to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I call upon Dr. Krishna Vedula, Dean Emeritus, University of Massachusetts, Lowell, USA, and founder and executive director, Indo-Universal Collaboration for Engineering Education, IUCEE, to inaugurate the conference and to deliver the keynote speech. Over to you, Vedula sir.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm going to show my screen, so I'm going to switch over to my. You have to enable me to show my screen. Can somebody do that? It says host
sir,
disabled.
Yes, sir. Forum?
It enabled.
Yeah, sir, ma'am. Please do it, sir.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, so okay, getting there. I will be there in just a second. Okay, so I'll take about, I think we have to stay on time, so I'm going to cut short a few things that I had in my slides, but let me focus on a few things here. Before I do that, I just like to put up this slide, if all you can see that. I think we are all going through difficult times in the world, and particularly India now. I think let us just take a few moments to reflect on all the people who have suffered through this pandemic, particularly those who have died and have relatives and friends that you know. So it's a moment of silence. Okay, thank you, everybody. So let me take a few minutes to talk about problem solving. Okay, in the context of everything that's going on. My background is engineering education, so you'll find a bias towards engineering education in what I'm talking about. But this concept of problem solving is something that everybody, all education societies, all educators, all teachers should be passionate about teaching the future generations to be good problem solvers. Okay, let's just look around what we have today. We have a huge problem. More than 3 lakhs of cases every day, more than 5,000 people dying. So some of the things that we should have done were not done, because we have people who were not anticipated the problems, they did not solve them properly. But the problem that's involved in COVID is multidimensional. The point I want to make it is multidisciplinary education is very, very, very critical. The problem that we face is not just medical. Okay, although medical medicines are involved. When somebody falls sick, you go to the hospital. But in order to prevent people from falling sick, we have to have social distancing, a lot of social studies, sociology, people behavior, psychology is extremely important to prevent the spread of COVID, right? Vaccines, they're developed by biologists, but then chemical engineers are the ones who mass produce vaccines. So there is engineering involved in mass producing, marketing, the financial part, the cost of vaccines, distributing it. Patient gets sick, goes into the hospital, they need ventilators, they need machines, there's scanners, they have ventilators, they need oxygen supplied. All of this is multidisciplinary. It involves engineering, science, biology, psychology, economics, sociology, marketing, and most importantly, politics as well. Okay, so all of these are interconnected, and that's why our education system should just not be one-dimensional. We should not live in silos and say, "Oh, I'm in science, I'm in arts. I don't have to worry about all these things. Somebody else has to worry about." Our students should be multidisciplinary, and this is in fact exactly what our leaders in the new education policy 2020 have emphasized. We have to educate individuals in our colleges who are multidisciplinary, creative, problem solvers, and will lead us into the future. Okay, so people who will solve the problems of society, people who would be good, employable to work on the companies and so on. So it is a multidisciplinary education, creative thinkers, as you said earlier. I think somebody mentioned that the founder of this organization is talking about people who are creative thinkers. That's very important, and so that's important part of education. So the bias of many of my slides will be towards engineering education because that's what I do, but it's applicable in all dimensions. That's why I want to make sure I set the stage before I move forward. As we pass through this phase, many things will be different, but we need to prepare for change, and we need to share and collaborate our ideas and be problem solvers. That's the future generation that we have to create. We have to be problem solvers, and we also have to create problem solvers. IUCE, just briefly, what is IUCE that I represent? Indo-Universal Collaboration for Engineering Education. We have created an ecosystem, a system ecosystem improving the quality of engineering education in India. And so again, within the context of engineering education, there's something called the design thinking process, the engineering process, which is same as the problem solving process that many of us are familiar with. If there's a problem, you have to clarify the problem. Then you have to research. There's lifelong learning is involved there. You have to understand what are the latest things to address that problem. Then you have to work in teams, communicate, come up with alternate solutions. Then you have to find one optimal solution and then build a prototype and test it and so on. This is the engineering process. This is doing engineering. Okay, we have to teach our students to do engineering students, but most of the time we teach them how to mug up passages from textbooks and pass exams. That is not doing engineering. Okay, we are wasting our time and their time and making them mug up everything. They need to have some fundamental principles. They need to do that from the context of real problems and solving real problems. Okay, that's a big message. If anything at all, through my whole lecture, that is the message I want to bring across, that people have to do things, not just mug up and pass exams. That's what we as teachers are responsible for our students. Don't just let them mug up and pass exams. Let them do things that are useful for society and learn in their experience of various things that are involved. And when you do all of these things, you automatically, NAC accreditation, NBA accreditation, all of these will be automatically satisfied. For example, if you look at the NBA accreditation, they say, okay, all of these first 5 things have to do with technical skills, but 6 to 12 are related to teamwork, communication skills, professionalism, impact of society, project management. All of these things can only be learned if you do projects, not by mugging up and passing exams. And this is true of NBA and engineering. I'm sure every education association has similar outcomes for graduates, okay? Focus on doing projects, whatever discipline you're in. Long time ago, people had needs. They did projects. Problems and problem solving projects design is not new. This young man was hungry. The animal is running faster than him. So I have to design a tool to kill that animal. So I look around and solve the problem. I find a stick, I bend it, I put a rope next to it, there's another stick with a stone, and I invent a tool to solve my problem, right? That is problem solving. That is what our youngsters need to continuously do, because your newer and newer problems, we have to find a solution to our needs by using problem solving approach. That the process of thinking is what's important, not mugging up and passing exams, okay? Let's say, for example, okay, if you look at the needs that we have, all of these are the basic needs that we have in the like communication, health, transportation, okay? Think of one technology that we're using today that satisfies these needs: communication, health, transportation. Just mentally think of some technology that's being used, right? And now you go into my time machine, get into my time machine, and let's go back 100 years in the time machine to 1921, okay? Now think of the technology being used 100 years ago for communication, health, or transportation, okay? Communication, letters, okay? Health, just simple medicines. Transportation, bullock carts, okay? And in 100 years, just 100 years, we have invented so many new technologies, changes that have happened with the help of engineers and scientists and social workers and everybody. Bring your grandmother from 100 years ago on your time machine back to today. She says, wow, look, I can talk to somebody 3,000 miles away on this cell phone. I can fly from place A to B very fast. And amazing stuff, right? Just 100 years ago, engineers and human beings have developed these technologies. Get back in your time machine. Go forward 100 years, 2121. Just imagine what will be the technologies for communication, health, and transportation. The future generations, your students, their students, will have developed these technologies. Let us make sure that they're good, responsible citizens, thinking citizens who solve the problems in a way that they will not just destroy everybody, but they will actually keep everybody safe and healthy and happy. That is our responsibility. The next 100 years, all kinds of fantastic things will happen. Good things will happen, and we have to prevent bad things from happening. So engineers will invent and develop these technologies by learning to do engineering. Problem solving, that's really the key. Students have to learn to solve problems, whether they're engineers or social scientists or whatever field management students or nurses, doctors, they have to learn to do. That's important, not just mug up and pass. For example, okay, I'll give you an example of a bicycle. If I have to learn how to ride a bicycle, I cannot learn by reading books about bicycles or PowerPoint slides about it, or by looking at a video about somebody riding a bicycle, or even looking at a person riding a bicycle. I have to get on the bicycle and fall down. Learn by making mistakes. I have to do that. I cannot learn bicycle riding just by mugging up something, right? That's really what what learning, problem solving is by doing. And we have to have classrooms that are arranged in a way that encourages this kind of interaction, not just sitting and listening to people. And so that is very important. So let me switch gears and talk about the ecosystem that we're building. And this involves about 100 colleges all over India, and we're working together with them in this ecosystem. And so what is an ecosystem? An ecosystem means if you have a graduate, maybe a management graduate or an engineering graduate or science graduate, she has to have the environment to succeed. So she has to have appropriate student programs, appropriate teachers, appropriate mountain, sun, and everything, all the good climate and everything to make her happy. Same way to be a good graduate, they have to have many, many things in there surrounding them, faculty, students, environment, etc., to make them good graduates, not just sit and mug up books. Okay, there are many, many things that have to happen, the experiences, and that is what we provide. We nurture the ecosystem by providing programs for leaders of the colleges, for students of these colleges, faculty programs, partners to industry, global network, and so on. So this is the ecosystem that we have developed for the last 100 years. Last 10 years, not 100 years, but particularly in the last 1 year since I've been here, we've been working in a more structured manner, develop these programs. So, I encourage people, if you have an engineering college in your society, have them look into this program. But the approach is good for any education institution. We have volunteers around the world who help with this, and we have all these colleges that are involved in the process. We have many colleges in Maharashtra, in fact, are part of this, including Atharva College of Engineering. Dr. Kallurkar is part of our program. So we focus on various priorities of the colleges. And these are some of the programs that we do. I'm not going to get into that. Now let's take a couple of minutes to talk about the National Education Policy, which is, we are doing a little pilot to address directly National Education Policy, okay? The National Education Policy says that we must have individuals. You must educate individuals, so well-rounded, multidisciplinary, holistic, intellectual curiosity, scientific temper, professional, collaborative, and etc. Wow, all this sounds good, but are we doing it? How are we doing it? In what way are you doing it? Because most of the time our students are just mugging up to pass the exams, right? How do we get to this point from where we are? So we said, let's try a pilot. And of course, and before that, let's say this is, I'm teaching, are they learning is our mantra. When we teach, most of our teachers stand up and then students are there listening for 1 hour, and then after that's all over, right? Just lecture. This is how we teach, and we wonder why they do not learn. Right? Let's change the way we teach. We must change the way we teach if we have to implement National Education Policy. We must get away from the old method of classrooms, just lecture daily. This still partly has to remain, but we have to do other things in addition to that and have students do problem solving and do projects. So we're trying a pilot with about 15 colleges as part in our partnership to include all kinds of things like multidisciplinary content, project-based learning, soft skills, innovation, creativity, etc. We're trying that in the first year. We're starting with first year program. All first year students in 15 colleges, not all, just one pilot batch. Right now they take math, physics, chemistry, other things. They just don't know how this relates to the real world. Because we don't teach them how this connects to the real world. So they just don't take interest. They'll mug up something and pass the first year and they have no clue how to apply it, right? So we have to start from the first year with real world examples and show them where all of this fits in. Take COVID as an example and bring examples of how COVID fits into all of these subjects. Where is the relevance of all the subjects to what we're doing in challenging working with COVID or any other application? Bring it in the classroom. Train our teachers to bring those real world examples into the math course, into the physics course, into the chemistry course, into the programming course, whatever they want to do. So this is what we're trying to do this year with about 15 institutions that we're part of. And so the pilot batch of 900 students will be training the faculty to teach differently. And we'll have international experts to teach some special courses on entrepreneurship, artificial intelligence for all, Clean Green Campus, where they will do projects. That's the whole idea. They will do problem solving. They will do projects with the help of international experts and faculty being trained to help the students work on problems. This is a pilot, okay? We can't, and once the pilot is done, hopefully these faculty who are trained will then spread it, do it much larger scale for the first year, second year, and so on in the future, okay? So again, back to this. I come back to this picture again and again. Problem solving, design thinking. This is really at the key of change. This is the key of education, whatever field you're in. Okay, so we have a big conference that is coming up. I'm going to skip that, and And then we have a leadership summit. Our leaders are, many of our leaders get together once in a year from all these colleges, and we talk about these things, how to plan for next year. So if any of your institutional leaders from this group would like to join us, I invite them, and there is a website, and you can get to know. We are having a program which focuses on entrepreneurship, focuses on emerging technologies, and focuses on developing leadership skills. Okay, so that's where leaders, HODs and deans and principals get together, because what do? We find a person with a master's or PhD and put them in a classroom and tell them teach. We don't teach them how to teach. They have no idea how to teach, but we say go and teach. They have a PhD. Just because you have a PhD does not mean you know how to teach, right? So you have to train them. Similarly, we take a good faculty member and make them a dean or a principal and say go and be principal. We don't teach them how to be principal. They lost. They don't know how to be principal. We have to train them. There has to be training, development done for principals and HODs and deans. Otherwise, they may not succeed. Okay, so these are the kinds of things that we do, development of leadership. Okay, so you're welcome to send me an email at some point, and you're welcome to come to this. Okay, now let's spend a few minutes talking about my favorite topic today in the last few days. In fact, is education. Back to education. This is a small school in a rural area. You can see that happy children, boys and girls, are in different classes in different corners and teaching and learning the way they can, right? But at least they're face to face and learning, right? Suddenly COVID hits them. Okay, after March last year, COVID hits them. They are not allowed to sit like this. They're not allowed to have classrooms like this. What do? Close down the school. And they say, okay, they tell that poor teacher, you have to teach online. That teacher has no clue what to do. How do I know what to teach online? Okay. And the students are saying, you have to learn online, all these things. Okay. Students have no clue how to do this. Not only that, many of them don't have access to electricity, no access to Wi-Fi, no access to internet, no access to the technologies, the laptops, the computers, the iPhones. So for 1 year, these students have had no education, essentially. Many of them are children of migrant farmers, and so they're all over the place. The economy is a problem, the social, everything is in a mess, right, for the past 1 year. We owe it to these youngsters who are suffering because of this disruption to really do something for them. That's what I'm going to talk about the next 5 minutes before we end. Okay, we have to do that. Okay, and we can do that while we work with our higher education institutions. This is the digital divide. This is called the digital divide, digital education divide. This is the gap between the people who have access to Wi-Fi, internet, and laptops and iPhones, and those who do not. And majority of people in our country do not have access to all these things. Somehow we want to believe that they'll figure it out. They'll figure out how to get online education in second standard, third standard, fifth standard, and the teachers will find some way. Nonsense. That will not happen. Let us not live in a dream world. Let us find a way to help them come up. Otherwise, the situation in the country will get even worse. The imbalance between the haves and have-nots will get worse. And this is a sociological problem. It's a political problem, psychological problem. It's not an engineering problem. We have to address these things in a multidisciplinary, multidimensional, holistic manner. And I think our education institutions, such as the Gokul Education Society, which has formed such a great vision, we all in the country have a responsibility to look at these learners who are affected by pandemic. Okay, the disparities in internet technology, it's being felt deeply all over the country. Only 47% of Indian households have 12 hours of electricity even now. Okay, students from underprivileged backgrounds are like to succumb to this inefficiency and lack of adaptation, inaccessibility of technology, and all of these are quotes from some newspaper that I got by going on Google and getting from some Hindu from a thing. Okay, so again, e-learning is a problem. It does not even accommodate discussion. The receiver not only struggling, but the teachers are struggling too. Many teachers are unqualified when it comes to using new technologies. And this is becoming a big problem with all the migrant workers. And so in such a situation, the emphasis on technology-driven education is preventing many children in our country from continuing school education. Okay, big problem. Let us say how we can do something about it. Okay, fewer than 15% of rural households have internet access. As of close to 40-50% of urban households. A mere 13% of people aged above 5 could use internet, and only 8.5% of the girls can use internet. So in the virtual environment, COVID, the girls are sitting at home. So the mother says, hey, go do some cooking, do this, bring water from here, do that. So the girls are even worse shape. The boys don't have to do that, but the girls have to do all that, right? So there's a big problem here with which is all over the country. So the scope of e-learning is enormous and help the potential of each student, but we have to make it happen. We have to take this upon a challenge. It's a problem, and we have to work on this problem using a problem-solving approach. So what I'm proposing, okay, and again, you can just say college students, leave out the engineering, just college students can address this problem, whichever background you're in, okay, guided by the faculty, can adopt the design thinking approach to design and build e-learning centers in your neighboring schools. Every college, look around you, find 1 or 2 or 3 schools, high schools and middle schools in your region. Go there, find out, understand the problem first. First experience the problem firsthand. And then as lifelong learners, try to figure out what are the possible things that you need to know to learn in order to help them solve that problem. Set up an e-learning center, every one of those schools nearby. And in the e-learning center, you might have to use some of the old laptops that you might have from your college, take it there. Now, all of this requires proper planning, proper discussion. Teams of students have to work together with faculty to plan all of these things. That is design thinking, that is problem solving. Come up with different solutions. And so this won't work, that won't work. Or if I do this, then the politicians are going to get upset. If I do this, then the social workers are going to get upset. So I have to deal with people when I try to do these projects, right? All kinds of non-technical problems are going to come up. I have to learn how to deal with them and become a good, wholesome citizen, thinking citizen, and make this happen, okay? So this will not only address the problem that we're talking about, is improving the internet access and technology education in the middle schools and high school, but it will make engineering college students more employable. The people who are doing these projects, they will learn much more than what they will in the classroom by mugging up and passing exams. They become better citizens, better thinking citizens. They become leaders and entrepreneurs by using this experience of project problem solving, where they go to the villages, schools, and build all this. I mean, they go to them and set up the, that is what they're doing. This is the design thinking problem solving process they're using to set up e-learning centers in the middle schools and high schools. And not only that, they can now set up these e-learning centers, and in the e-learning centers, put in small videotapes, content about clean water, sustainable energy, waste management. Just put in content, small videos in there, small examples of small lessons in those e-learning centers, and then make it possible for the students who are in these different classes to learn about sustainability, water, energy, and waste, and relate it to the problems in their society, in their villages. So they then become agents of change for the future to transform the villages and towns to make them more sustainable. So, with that grand vision, I'm just going to say, Jai Ho. Let's all do it, okay?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for sharing your thought-provoking and enlightening speech. With your apt ideas and thoughts, you have truly set the tone of this two-day international conference. Thank you, sir, once again. May I now request our guest of honor, Dr. Rajesh Khajuria, Commissioner, ACBSP, USA, Professor Emeritus, FPT University, Vietnam, and Chief Guest Dr. Krishna Vedula, Dean Emeritus, University of Massachusetts, Lowell, USA, and Founder and Executive Director, Indo-Universal Collaboration for Engineering Education, IUCEE, to kindly release the conference journal and proceeding virtually.
So, how do we release? Can I say that Professor Krishna Vedula and myself order the release of
Yes,
this journal?
done. We will do it. Done. We order the release. It will be done. Magic.
Rupal ma'am, needful.
So
Our guest have already declared. Rupal ma'am, kindly do the needful. So this is something virtually we have tried to do.
Oh, wonderful. A virtual release.
There you go.
Fantastic. Yeah. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Good. Well done.
Very great. Very great.
Thank you, sir. Rupal ma'am, are you going to do it again? Because the volume was not there, sound was not there. Yeah.
Probably Krishna Vedula has become a household name amongst engineering colleges and universities.
See, one professional skill that I keep talking about, which is I'm very particular about, is starting on time and ending on time. So we're doing a good job today.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, true.
And I think the virtual environment has almost forced us to
Yes.
break the habit of
Yes.
waiting for some chief guests to come. You know, most of our events, where we were anywhere in India, I've been to, I'm sitting there waiting some chief ministers to come, some VIPs to come. That person is not bothered and comes 1.5 hours late. And we're sitting there and looking here, looking there, and eventually the program starts. And that's a nuisance. Okay, that is not professional. Our future generations are learning from that. Okay, here we go.
Right.
Good job, whoever designed and whoever created that. Wonderful job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very great. Very great.
Good job, people. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you to our guest of honor and chief guest for releasing our conference proceeding and journal virtually. May I now request conference convener, Dr. S.B. Karande, to propose a formal vote of thanks. Over to you, Karande, sir.
Very good morning to one and all. Honorable and most distinguished chief guest of the inaugural function, Dr. Krishna Vedula, Dean Emeritus of Massachusetts, Lowell, USA, and founder and executive director, Indo-Universal Collaboration of Engineering Education. Honorable Dr. Rajesh Kajuria, ACBSP USA, Commissioner on Board, Professor Emeritus, FTP University, Vietnam, President of India Quality Assurance Council, Co-Chair, Diploma Board, ISTD, New Delhi, and PhD Supervisor, Examiner, Referee of Gujarat Technological University. Dr. Kallurkar Srikant, Principal, ATs, Atharva College of Engineering, Mumbai, recognized research guide with many universities, founder coordinator of Entrepreneurship Development Cell, established by DST and MHRD Government of India. Our respected principal, Dr. Mrs. S. Visant, Vice Principal, C.A. Rajesh Doshi, dignitaries present on this virtual platform, principals, delegates from different colleges across the country, my colleagues, volunteers, and student friends. Now let me move to the duty entrusted to me. I, Dr. S.B. Karande, convener of this two-day international conference, take this privilege of proposing vote of thanks on this occasion to all of those who helped in making this inaugural function a success. First of all, I would like to propose a hearty vote of thanks to our Honorable Principal Dr. S.B. Pandit, Chairman and President, Gokhale Education Society, Sir Dr. M.S. Gosavi, Director General and Secretary, Gokhale Education Society, and Dr. D.P. Deshpande, Director HR, Gokhale Education Society, Nasik, for their continuous support and guidance to organize this two-day international conference on COVID-19 Future Roadmap. I express my thanks to Chief Guest Dr. Krishnan Vedula for accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion. Thank you, sir, for a very apt inaugural address. Sir, you have guided us how engineering education helps to solve the problem and how engineering education helping India for transforming. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Rajesh Kajuria and Dr. Srikant Kallurkar for their pleasing presence in the inaugural function. I would like to express our profound gratitude to our principal, Dr. Mrs. S. Visan, and Vice Principal, C.A. Rajesh Doshi, for their constant guidance and support for organizing this conference. A big thank you to the principals of various colleges, special invitees, guest participants who took out time from their busy schedule to attend this conference and contribute to success of this function. I would also like to thank the coordinator and rapporteur of this session, Dr. Sushila Yadav and Professor Mini Rajan. Vote of thanks is also due to all of my colleagues, technical team, support staff, volunteers, and student participants. Finally, I thank one and all of their direct and indirect cooperation and support for making this inaugural function a success. Over to you, Dr. Sushila.
Thank you, sir.
Yadav.
Yeah, thank you, sir. May I also take this opportunity to wish you and your families our personal best for your health and safety in these difficult times, and hope we find solutions to the upcoming challenges. It's a time for a curtain raiser. May I now request Professor Suhas Sawant to take charge of the first technical session. Over to you, Suhas ma'am.
He's not prepared because I
Good
morning.
we ended on
Yes,
time.
yes, yes.
He thought
I'm
we'll be
here.
15 minutes
I'm
late
here.
or half an hour late. We ended on
I'm
ending
here.
on time. In fact, it'll be 2 minutes early.
Hello. Can you all
He said,
hear me?
"Oh, I don't know what to do."
I think she is there.
Can you all hear me?
Somebody can sing a song.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, Suhas, you are audible.
Please sing a song. We have 2 minutes,
You have 3 minutes extra time.
3 minutes. So I can sing a couple of lines for the institution which is organizing Gokhale Education Society. हमें तुमसे प्यार है कितना वो हम नहीं जानते.
ये तो हमारा पुराना जमाना का है जी. हमारा बुढ़ापा दिख रहा है इसमें.
मगर जी नहीं सकते तुम्हारे बिना हो हमें तुमसे प्यार.
Sir, old is gold.
Right.
बिल्कुल क्यों नहीं.
Good music, good singing.
Life
Right.
must be interesting until we leave this world for the next Avon.
Correct.
Yeah, correct, sir. And whenever Khajuria sir is with us, always our life is live. Interesting. When he joins, he creates the entire environment. So this thing, charge.
So tell us, Rajesh ji, let us do something for next 2 minutes. We still have 2 minutes.
Okay.
This is called laughter yoga.
Okay. Please.
Laughter yoga. So I will lead you into a couple of ways of laughter yoga, right?
Okay.
Okay. So I will do it first, and then you can follow a couple of times, right? Laughter yoga is very good for the health. If you laugh out loud, your body is really enjoying itself. Okay? So here we go. Okay.
Okay.
Ho ho ha 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 ho ho ha 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 ho ho ha 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 ho ho ha ha ha. Now all of you are with me. Do it with me. Okay. Ho ho ha ha ha. Everybody. Ho ho ha ha ha. 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 Okay.
That's nice.
So nice. Yes, Suhas joined.
Suhas is here.
Hello, Suhas.
Yeah, she is there.
She's there.
She's there.
Enjoying the fun. She doesn't want us to stop.
So in Gujarat, Suhas is a boy's name.
There she is.
Hello.
Suhas is there. She's there. Yeah. Go ahead, Suhas.
Okay. I think I'm audible now.
Yes, very audible. Welcome.
Sir, she is Suhas and myself is Suhasini.
Suhasini. Suhasini is a girl's name, but Suhas is a boy's name in Gujarat.
Short form, that's all.
I think I'm audible.
Suhasini,
Yes.
good smile, Suhasini. We just had laughter yoga. So it's for
Yes.
Suhasini and Suhas, both of them. Good smile, Suhas.
Thank you,
Hasya,
sir. Thank you
happy
so much.
comedy for you, both of you. That is dedicated.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, good morning,
Yeah.
everyone. This is Professor Suhas Savan. We are here in the technical session 1, and the sub-theme of our technical session 1 is pandemic. And hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. The
Yes.
sub-theme of our technical session 1 is pandemic and digital technology. The chairman and speaker of this sub-theme is Dr. S.P. Kallurkar. He is here with us as the chairman and speaker. I'll introduce him now before we begin our technical session. Dr. S.P. Kallurkar is the principal at AET's Atharva Engineering College, Mumbai. He has done BE in Mechanical Engineering, MMS, and doctorate in Industrial Engineering. Dr. Kallurkar has worked with India's industrial giants like that of Bajaj Auto and the Kirloskars. Dr. Kallurkar also has an enormous experience of 42 years to his credit. Dr. Kallurkar's contribution to the academic field College at Pune. Sir has to his credit a huge number of research a recognized research guide at BIT Ranchi, Pune University, University, Udaipur. Over 21 candidates have received a PhD under Dr. Kallurkar, out of which one is an international candidate. Here also I must mention that Dr. Kallurkar is a mentor and auditor under Technical Educational Quality Improvement Program Phase 1 and 2, which are World Bank supported programs. For Technical Education Quality Improvement Program Phase 3, Sir has been an expert for MHRD New Delhi. Currently, Dr. Kallurkar is auditor, mentor for Technical Education Quality Program Phase 3. Dr. Kallurkar is founder, coordinator of Entrepreneurship Development Cell established by MHRD, Government of India at Nanded. Sir has organized 4 international conferences, 11 national seminars, and 35 entrepreneurship awareness camps. Sir has also been an editor at journal named Engineering Education and past president at Engineering Education Foundation, Pune. Dr. Kallurkar has executed 2 R&D projects in entrepreneurship development funded by AICTE and MHRD, Government of India. Sir, it is a pleasure to have you here. May I now request Dr. S.P. Kallurkar to address this technical session.
Thank you very much. In fact, Honorable Dr. Krishna Vedula, sir, Dr. Khajuria, sir, Dr. Sant, madam, all other members on the panel and friends. In fact, I was not knowing that in the technical session, giants like Dr. Khajuria and Dr. Krishna Vedula would be there. I'm really thankful to them for your kind presence, and I'm sure we'll keep on receiving some guidance from you people from time to time, as I was receiving since last 10 years from Dr. Vedula, sir. In fact, Dr. Vedula, sir, just now mentioned about the digital divide. And today, I am on the other side of it. I didn't have access to preparation of PowerPoints. Might be because due to lockdown, I am not in Mumbai. I do not have access to my office. And probably I didn't expect when I came from Mumbai to Pune, that is my hometown. that I will have to stay back here for such a long time. So kindly excuse me that I do not have any kind of presentation, though I have been made a co-host. And the topic that has been assigned to me is digitalization post-COVID. In fact, recently I was hearing a speaker and he was mentioning that every generation has seen one or the other problem in the globe. Maybe that the people who were born prior to us would have seen the Second World War or the plague. And today, our generation is facing the problems like COVID. And way back 5,000 years ago, in Charak Samhita or Sushruta, I already mentioned about it in the chapters called Jana Vidvams, mentioning that every generation will have to face problems of this kind. But the beauty of human race is all the time, ultimately the human race wins, whatever is the problems it has to face. And we are sure that we are going to win with so many new things in our bag post-COVID. To confirm this, let's take some examples from the Second World War. I'm a student of industrial engineering, as mentioned by Suhas Madam. So we deal with linear programming, one of the favorite tools for industrial engineers in problem solving. This linear programming was developed in the year 1940 to solve the complex problems. And it was mainly used during the Second World War. But afterwards, the industrial sector had started using it. Even people thought that the relationships among the things in the world are not linear. So linear programming is not useful. So after the World War, maybe in the year 1955, you people talked about goal programming, dynamic programming. But in spite of all that, the robustness of this linear programming is still more useful. Many researchers use linear programming in iterations rather than going for the other programmings. The whole idea is that this has been given to us by the Second World War. Even the Bhagavad Gita, which is referred every now and then, was taught during the war to the human race. And even today, it's applicable, equally applicable to us. So right now, pandemic is nothing but a warlike situation for we as the human beings. And we are going to receive something. See, there are 6 technologies which the world has received during the Second World War. I would like to emphasize on that. Begin with, one is flu vaccines, then penicillin. Third one is jet engine. Jet engine was innovated in 1930, but in 1939, Germany had a major user of this so that you can go faster. Dr. Vedula was just now showing us a picture that the animal is running faster than the man, so you need a tool. So when you want to go faster than the enemy, they use jet. And today the whole world, air traffic is making use of the jet. Blood plasma transfusion was one of the things, so that you need not have to have the same blood group. Electronic computers came into existence as a part of the work that was required to solve the complex problem. In fact, when the computers were introduced in 30s and 40s, this first or second generation, the coding was exclusively a job of women. Because it was observed that women are the best suited for coding job. And even today also coding is one of the, today they are saying that before age 10 also you teach coding. And one other is radar technology. The electromagnetic radiation that was developed at that time was developed as a weapon. Can I kill the enemy with the help of electromagnetic radiation? Later on, it was found that it is more used for detection than as a weapon. And even the complete air traffic of the whole world, even today, is based on that technology, is making use of that technology. So all types of problems that the world has faced, the race has faced in every generation has given something. Because the coin always has two sides. The negative side we are facing, and positive side, hope will be receiving the time to come. Now, what's going to happen post-COVID? So what we have learned in COVID is keep social distance. Do not touch your eyes and nose as frequently as it is used to be past. Maintain the hygiene. घर में भी पहले कहा जाता था कि भाई बाहर से आने के बाद हाथ पैर धो के अंदर आइए. Washing the hands was a culture. But over the years, people thought that no, we don't go to the dirty places. We always live in air-conditioned, travel in air-conditioned cars, move in air-conditioned lobbies, stay in air-conditioned rooms. So we don't need to wash. It has been taught to us back. So because of that, there is likely to be extensive use of service robots, because human to human interaction may get reduced in time to come, and that will become part of the social need. The world is already working on robotics and then later on the social robots. Even in Avtharva College, we have got two service robots which are being used in hospitals and hotels and restaurants, reception centers and all that. So the robots will prevent the human to human interaction, do some duties. Of course, there is one thinking that if robots start working, what will happen to our mates? What will happen to the people who are working on these jobs? See, when a carbon paper was introduced, there was a post of Nakal Navis in the courts. The job of these Nakal Navis was to prepare the copies of whatever you write. So when the carbon paper was introduced, the Nakal Navis went on strike, stating that if with 2 carbons you can make 3 copies, means I am losing 2 of my jobs, 2 of my assignments. But then with the carbon paper, the development kept on rising further. Same thing happened when the Xerox or the photocopying came into existence. Even the railways, when they were introduced, especially in India, in Mumbai, there were palkhiwalas, and all the palkhiwalas went on strike, saying that if a railway can carry hundreds of people, thousands of palkhiwalas will lose the job. But then if you would not have received these railways as a technology, probably we all would have been moving in palkis even now. So maybe we will be coming to office in palkis instead of our own vehicles or by the local trains of Mumbai. So these kind of developments is part of life, and it's going to happen. The service robots are going to replace many of the household things. And post-COVID, that's likely to be enhanced because during the COVID period, the whole world has realized the importance of digital technology. In fact, I was just talking to Dr. Krishna that he introduced GoToWebinar, and we used to attend the webinars of professors from all over the globe organized by Krishna Vedula sir since last 10 years. Even in our Atharo college, we introduced online education 5 years back. In fact, I was required to make it compulsory for my teachers that minimum 5 hours you must teach from home. And there was resistance. When I can teach in the class, why should I teach from the home? But now, because the teachers were trained to teach from home, the lockdown was announced in March 20, during the April 20, the teachers could conduct about 1,000 hours of teaching, like theory lectures, and also 700 hours of practicals, because we are also practicing virtual lab facility. So sometimes what you do now is useful later. In mid-70s, when first time the rates of fossil fuel increased, many of the car manufacturers who were concentrating more on luxury cars were out of business. And a company like Toyota, who was concentrating more on fuel efficient cars, got the hold all over the world. And today you go to any part of the world, you see Toyota cars. So sometimes what you practice with a vision, as sir mentioned in his speech also, that vision is most important, is useful. So this post-COVID, the use of service robots is likely to be a normal way. You will have cleaning, mopping, even doing sundry things, you making use of the robots. Then there will be app-based medical care facilities. We made a small experiment in May 2020 with the help of some of our startups. We came up with a concept called India Fights Corona. We requested our students from NSS and others that you join this. We will teach you with the help of doctors and the guidelines which were given by WHO. So anyone, because if you remember, last year, April and May, एक बार खांसी आती है, थोड़ा सा छींक आती है, थोड़ा बुखार लगता है. Every time people used to think, am I suffering from COVID? We started this helpline, India Fights Corona. So you can always log in there. All the time, 24/7, one or the other student from Atharva will always be present. And he will ask, what's your problem? Aapko kya ho raha hai? And then he will try to immediately map that with the knowledge that he had received out of the training and WHO guidelines. And he said, yes, you must go for the test, or no, take rest for 2 days. This is not COVID in our opinion. Of course, if you wish, you can take a doctor's opinion. So this psychological support created a lot of help. But in the meantime, we found in the month of June or July, government of Bihar approached our student, can we make use of this facility to support the public health centers in the villages? So app-based medical support is going to be a future of the time. And in a subtle manner, we also tried and tested that. And maybe that post-COVID, I'm talking to my student that you should make use of this. He's asking me, sir, will you put up to the health ministry and all that? We said, okay, it doesn't matter, all that can happen. But let's continue with this. In Mumbai, another app that he's using, and these kind of facilities are required. When you go to office, your parking is empty. If you put your parking on the app, that my parking is available for 6 hours, someone is going to that area, he can immediately go to the place, park his car, and make you a payment. So these kind of facilities, these kind of services are going to be there. Then hospital beds are going to be AI powered. It's already started. So what is happening now? Whatever is happening to the patient, either the nurse attending the patient or the doctor who is on duty has to keep a watch on the patient if the patient cannot speak. But AI-enabled hospital beds, which we have received right now, which is being developed because of the COVID, because you don't know what's happening to the patient all the time. And our doctors have to attend large number of patients simultaneously. So AI-enabled beds are coming into picture. So this AI-enabled beds in all the hospitals is going to be the future of hospitals. So whenever if someone gets admitted, He will be continuously monitored with the help of artificial intelligence. These kind of things are going to happen. Another thing is mindfulness of exercise. We had 2 minutes time, 3 minutes time, and Khajuria sir said, "Chalo, let's sing a song." See, the beauty of the people who have international exposures. Quickly. And then Dr. Krishna said, "We have 2 minutes more. So let's have a laugh." So these kind of mindfulness services is going to be need of the time. And this will have to be developed with the help of data analytics, big data. Big data is going to be bigger in time to come. So what data we call it as a big data is going to be still bigger. And we'll have to find the ways and means to handle this data with the help of data analytics techniques. And because of that, an individual's personal problem will be realized. At mass scale, we'll be marching towards personalized approach. The beauty that is going to come due to digitalization post-COVID is at mass scale, we will have personalized approach in every kind of service that an individual receives. And the world is going to be different than what it is today because of that. There will be application of artificial intelligence and that, as I said, data, big data, data analytics in the fields like manufacturing, production, agriculture. IoT is going to rule the world. Internet of Things. It's already started in these fields, but the use of these things is going to be enhanced. I'll give you an example. One of my PhD students, who happens to be a vice president of an IoT company in Pune. This company was established by 3 engineers about 7 years back. They are working with Persistent. So when that one person amongst them, Mr. Kulkarni, decided to start a company, he went to the owner of the Persistent, Mr. Deshpande, and Mr. Deshpande found that it is better to support this guy financially. So he started supporting them. The finance was already given by the employer. The technological support, whatever needed, was also made available from Persistent. But then because IoT is going to be the future, business started expanding in a very big manner. And because of that, what happened? Within 3 years, Mr. Deshpande said, जैसे रमी वो गेम में होता है ना 3 कार्ड्स के गेम में शो ब्लाइंड में खेलते हैं एंड देन से शो जैसे लाइक दैट मिस्टर देशपांडे सेड नहीं अभी मुझसे नहीं होगा बाबा अब तो by the time you were operating in 10 countries I was able to support. Son of Azim Premji, he came to know about this project. So naturally Wipro has all systems, so the accounts department was asked to give the advice, should we invest? And accounts department was taking its own time to take the decision. One day, Mr. Premji said, Azim Premji's son, he said, I am going to visit Pune tomorrow. I am going to invest in this company. Whether your data comes to me or not, I'm not going to care for it. That is the vision of a big enterprise. And today they have presence in more than 40 nations with complete backup of marketing and technological support, financial support from Wipro Group. So it's going to happen. And these kind of companies, large in number, are going to come because something which can be done by a machine, a human being will not be doing that. And human being will have to be developed to acquire the skills which a machine cannot do. So there will be change in skills that we education sector will have to look into this. About 15 or 20 years back, a survey was done in Mumbai to find out why all the day full, all the local trains are full. Where do the people travel? And at the end, it was found that people do travel for want of communication. could be before, when at the time of Rajiv Gandhi was the Prime Minister. And because of that, when it was realized that people have to travel for want of communication, then it was thought that India should develop its communication capabilities. So Sam Pittman was brought to the country, and whatever technologies we are using got its birth. So that particular thinking that people need not travel for want of communication is going to continue post-COVID, because we have realized, especially the education sector, see, the teacher who might not be even a school teacher in the village, who might not be even using a smartphone, today is teaching, making use of that smartphone. Because as Sir has said, Dr. Vidula has said, there is a digital divide. And at this moment, I am an example of this digital divide, that I could not prepare any PowerPoint. And I am just talking from my mobile phone. And because of that, some of the students will have a problem. I know one NGO in Pune, they have given tabs to students in villages, special learners, schools. And some students, they say that range ghar mein nahi aati hai. So we go and sit on the hills where we get good range. And those girls in those villages, they go and sit on the hills or on the terrace of the house so that they get range and then attend the class. So yes, digital divide is there, but it is found that among the young generation, there is a great need, great desire to overcome this problem. So it's likely to happen. So people will travel less for communication. Work from home, we are already practicing. The companies, corporate world is already started talking about work from anywhere. You need not stay in the same city from where you are working or in the vicinity. You can work from anywhere. So the rates of hot properties is going to reduce. There won't be demand for hot properties. There won't be demand from big offices. There won't be demand for big colleges. AICT has already started talking about Mr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, the chairman of AICT. He immediately gave a slogan: we need to have a shift from brick to click. So this shift from brick to click is going to be the future of tomorrow. And because of that, these hot spaces, so-called hot spaces, is going to lose its charm. Another important thing, blue chip companies are going to prosper because of all this. It is being said that if you invest in blue chip company now, within 2 years, it's likely that your investment could become double. Because these technologies are going to rule the world. Now, there are certain positive impacts of COVID-19, as we said. We will be forced to uninstall 2020 year from our systems. And what good thing it has given to us is we have understood the importance of genuine relationships in the family. We are forced to stay together for months, which we had never done. Yes, to begin with, yes, we are very happy. Later on, we were fighting with each other. And now we are realized what you say, na ilaj ko kya ilaj. And because of that, now we have accepted that, yes, we have to live together. Many of the families. So this kind of family bonding, importance of it is one of the positive side of COVID. Better hygienic lifestyle, as I mentioned. Then stay connected. Earlier, what used to happen, if my office working is 10 to 5, at 5 o'clock, I am disconnected. But now, 24/7, I am connected. So we are developing the habit of staying connected all the time. So that's going to be one of the important things. As I said, then the boost in the market of blue chip companies. What is going to happen beyond this is importance of virtual reality. Because today we are talking about telepresence, but we are able to see each other only in the pictures. But with the help of virtual reality, more immersive experiences are going to be there. Because Dr. Krishna tells us, because he said he initiated the concept of IUC with the slogan, we teach, do they learn? Now, the thing is, students also want immersive experience. Project-based learning is something which Dr. Krishna is now going to teach Indian institutions. It's already practiced in the other countries. So this immersive experience, immersive way of teaching is going to be there with the advancements in virtual reality. And there are few companies, especially Microsoft or Google, who are spending millions of dollars establishing big laboratories for advancements in virtual reality. In fact, in Goregaon at Mumbai, there is one person who is into the business of virtual reality and is one of the world leaders. His name is Parvez. When I first visited his office, I was surprised because what I had seen in Singapore from a company from Australia, and when I visited Parvez's office, I found that he is more advanced than the people in Singapore and Australia. He's from Hyderabad, but he preferred to be in Mumbai because he says you can do a business globally better from Mumbai. We talk about augmented reality going to be used in education. In engineering education, there are two ghost subjects, 2 or 3 ghost subjects. When the students get admissions in engineering, the subjects are like engineering mechanics, engineering drawing, or electrical engineering. Students don't understand because this is something different than what they have done in 12th. We made an experiment 4 years back. We introduced augmented reality app at college level and gave it to all the students for these subjects. And surprisingly, we found that the passing percentage had enhanced by about 10 to 15% in all these 3 subjects. Because around the clock, students were able to practice. And because of that, their concepts about these subjects got clear. Same thing is going to happen in case of virtual reality and then going to be the mixed reality. Augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality. There is going to be a time of teleporting. Teleporting of the people and teleporting of the products. 3D printing and domestic robots is going to be the future of our home. You know, our grandmothers did not have oven and even gas, oven, or microwave, freeze, all this, which we have. Our grandchildren will always have 3D printer in the kitchen or at home, the way we have now computers and printers at home. They will also have such kind of teleporting facility. So suppose that you have a box, its cover is broken. Immediately the company making the box will teleport the concept, the design to you. Your 3D printer will make that cover, and you will fit it to that. This could be a normal lifestyle. These kind of lifestyles is going to happen post-COVID because we have realized the importance of digital technology. And because of this, as the people will be able to move away from big cities, the cost of accommodation will also be reasonably coming down because the demand for very costly houses will get reduced. And education will become digitalized and affordable. So what is important is that right now we may not understand this. But when the education becomes digitalized, it becomes affordable. I'll give an example. I visited the Technical University in Berlin a few years back. And I went to a professor and said that I want to have a look at the facilities in your university. He said, okay. He called a lady who could be in her mid-40s. She was wearing a dress with about 200, 250 keys being hanged on her body. So she took me to all the important places in the campus. It was a very big campus. She had keys of every room. She was nothing but a walking and moving keyboard kind of person. You know, in colleges, there is a keyboard with the security, and at the end of the day, you keep all the keys on the key stand or keyboard. So she used to take me from place to place, open the rooms, show the key rooms, facilities, and all these things. At the end, she took me to a hall with 1250 capacity. And she said, this is a hall of e-learning. And showed another hall of 850 capacity, which was under renovation or reconstruction. So I asked, when we already have an e-learning hall of 1250 capacity, why do you need another hall of 850 capacity? She said, these days there is more demand for e-learning courses than the face-to-face courses which are taught by the professors in our university. Because an e-learning course is taught by the best professor in the world, and it is the cheapest course. Because if a professor is teaching for 1 hour and he's charging $1,000 for 1 hour, and if there are 10,000 students attending the class throughout the world, you are paying only 10 cents for 1 hour lecture. So anyone from anywhere can attend the classes from the best person in the world and pay minimum fees. Education will become more affordable with this kind of education technologies and e-learning facilities. There will be ample use of drones, which is going to happen again. Because you know, today what is happening, you place order to Amazon and he will make sure that he will keep the box at your place. They will motivate you to go for digital payment, online payment, and keep the box at a 6 feet distance, put a bail, and leave from there. They will tell you that after half an hour, after 1 hour, or you spray on that and then take it. A day will come, drones will deliver. Drones will have GPS monitoring facilities, and the drones will come to your places, deliver the goods, and go back. So these kinds of technologies are going to be a part of the lifestyle. And because during COVID, we have realized the importance of digital technologies. And if you see in the global scenario, the investments, the research being done in development of digital technologies, virtual realities, teleporting is extremely high. HoloLens. Now, what will happen with the help of HoloLens and teleporting? Of course, all of you would have seen that video on the, I think, WhatsApp, which was circulated. But it's going to be a common thing in time to come. Sir was mentioning about new education policy. One of the beauty of new education policy, which UGC had recently issued a circular and asked for the comments from the public at large, was credit transfer facilities with the universities from different parts of the world. We are already having the credit bank facility. The new education policy has already talked about credit bank facilities. So all universities will have credit bank. And a student can take a course from anywhere he likes. Teachers also will be paid course-wise. You offer a course, if there are takers to your course, you will pay. If there are no takers to your course, probably you will be given a laid off. That kind of situation is likely to happen. Now a student is a student of the university, suppose a Mumbai University. He is a student of Mumbai University. He takes one course from Atharo College of Engineering. He takes another course from Vartak College. He takes third course from Jamnalal Bajaj. He goes to some film institute and takes a fourth course. We used to have some meetings in College of Engineering, Pune, and few years back, and we used to say that what is going to be the future of education? The student of electronics engineering from COEP will learn 60% from the department, 20% humanities, social science, he will prefer Ferguson College. 20% other things, he may go to Film Institute and learn something different. So this kind of education system is already given by the new education policy, and the government is trying to develop the appropriate ecosystem. So because of this credit transfer facility, which is going to be part of the credit bank, what a student can do, he will take few courses from colleges under Mumbai University. You may take few courses from the other colleges where the Mumbai University has got credit transfer facility. That will include few courses from any part of the world. He will deposit all these credits in the credit bank. And once he earns 200 credits, he will ask the university, now I want to exchange these credits for a degree from the university. So on one side, it is going to be a problem for the people like us, that some of us may lose the job because there won't be takers for us. The students will say, aapka lecture attend karne se I'll attend a lecture of someone from Vijayatia, if it's engineering, or some other university, or MIT. And we will not be able to stop that. But at the same time, some of our teachers who will be competitive enough, students from all over the world will attend their classes. So teachers of our own colleges also will receive the example of $1,000 per hour. So maybe Suhas madam tomorrow will deliver one lecture and earn $1,000 from all the students all over the world, each one paying 10 cents only. So this is going to happen. So on one side, it will have some problems. The problems are always there as a part of life. But those who can change with the change can master the change faster. So if you take the teaching community, we'll have to develop ourselves in such a manner that we are globally competitive. Otherwise, students will take the courses from someone else. And if we don't have students, we may not have a job. And on the contrary, if we have got, because of credit transfer, the way Mumbai University will get the credit transfer from the other foreign universities, those foreign universities also will have credit transfer from Mumbai University professors, including the affiliated colleges. Because in India right now, we have that affiliation college system, which is in fact a dead model in education, but it is there with us. So we will be able to teach wherever the university will have a credit transfer to the students of those. So because of all these things, the life is going to be different. The traveling could be minimized. People will be traveling more for enjoyment rather than the work post-COVID era. And there will be excessive use of digitalization. And as I said, big data will be bigger and data analytics models will be there. So you will have to understand the importance of each student, how he learns, his learning style. And according to that, you will have to develop your ways and means to offer the education to our students. And same thing in other parts also of the parts of the life. Thank you very much, madam, for having given me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Excellent.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sorry, I could not make the PowerPoint presentations
No, it's okay, sir.
because
Your-
I am Dadaji at home. So Dadaji is not supposed to have access to the facilities which others have.
Your personal power is more powerful than PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
Thank you for your nice comments. Compliment.
Thank you, sir. Those who can change with the change will master just change faster. Thank you so much for that sentence, sir. It really has given us inspiration. Now coming to the essence of the technical session, that is the paper presentation part. I request Dr. M. Deepa, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Nalamuthu Gounder Mahalingam College, Palachi, to kindly present her analysis on this. Her paper is a study on students' perception towards online education during pandemic with special reference to Palachi Taluk. Dr. M. Deepa.
Madam, I'll take your leave for a short break and then
Yes.
come back.
Yes, yes, sure, sure. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Welcome.
Dr. M. Deepa.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can continue with your presentation.
Okay.
And you can share your screen.
Yes, sir. Sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Ma'am, can you able to see my screen, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
Is my screen is visible, ma'am?
No.
Oh, not
No.
yet. No, no.
No, ma'am. One sec.
Yeah. Till then, I would like to mention that Dr. M. Deepa is from the state of Tamil Nadu.
Yes, ma'am. So without my screen, shall I proceed, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Yes, why not? Sure.
Okay, ma'am. So good morning to all. I'm Dr. M. Deepa, working as an assistant professor, Department of Commerce, CA, Nalamuthu Gounder Mahalingam College, Pollachi. So first, before I present my paper, I wish to thank the management for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. And my topic context of satisfaction. Education institutes have provide a number of benefits both students as well as teachers. So studies show that students enroll in online courses. Nowadays, there are number of students have enrolled in online courses. Just by sitting in the home itself, they can do the courses and they got certificate also. Even for teachers also, participating more national and international conference and getting more certificates. So there are 8 characteristics of online teaching learning is understandability, illustration, enthusiasm, fostering attention, level of expectation, and clear clear explanation. These are all the characteristics of online teaching and learning.
And nowadays, most of the government school students are not having more awareness about the online learning. So private school students are attending online classes through the Google Meet, Zoom, and YouTube, everything. But there is no chance to attend students for government school students. So to create awareness among them, I'll take this study. And objective of my study is to analyze the students' perceptions towards online education and to find out the level of satisfactions towards online learning system. Scope of my study is the study will cover the online platform among the school and college students, perceptions towards online education in and around Pollachi Taluk. The students, those who have online, to analyze the level of those and methodology data which I'm going to collect utilizing both primary and secondary data. Primary data which I'm going to collect by using questionnaire to the students as well as college students. And primary data have been collected through this way. And secondary data I have collected through journals, magazines, and newspapers, etc. And there are 100 respondents have been selected to analyze the awareness and satisfaction towards online learning education. And convenient sampling method I have applied in this study. And the study conducted only in Pollachi Taluk among school and college students. And with the statistical tools which I'm going to utilize in the study is, I have applied in the study is simple percentage and rank analysis. So findings of my study is most of the respondents age group between 10 to 15 years old. And most of the students are male candidates. And most of the students are in nuclear family. Majority of the students are studying in higher secondary. And most of the students are having 4 members their family. And level of satisfaction, the students are satisfied with the given following ranking regarding their online learning teaching experience. The first rank will be given to the technology competence, followed by learner relevance, active learning, quality and quantity of students' interactions, learning autonomy, authenticated learning, time on regular work and network. These are the findings of my study, and suggestions of my study is some of the reasons for the dissatisfaction of respondents were caused by factors of limited access, instability of management system learning network, and unclear material and assignments from lecturers, low patterns of guidance from the lecturers, and lack of constructive feedback on student work. So the next one is the results of the studies provide input on policymakers to provide internet access assistance and improve the quality of online learning services. Next one, in addition to the lecturers are required to be able to provide interactive learning services and provide intensive guidance and feedback that build the students' learning motivation. And also some of the students are having low network. So to overcome those problems, the students are getting more benefited through this online education. And conclusion of my study is online courses are decrease the students' negative emotions such as anger, boredom, and anxiety. Holders of education and their perceptions and adapting e-learning also has a significant impact on students' attitude formation to learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. M. Deepa.
Thank you, ma'am.
We will now move to the next paper presentation of technical session 1. The title of the research paper is The COVID-19 Pandemic and Needs of Digitalization in Education. For this purpose, I'll call 3 delegates because this paper is a shared one. I invite Mr. Sachin Kumar. He is teacher educator, Department of Educational Studies, Central University of Jammu, which is in Samba district of Jammu and Kashmir. Miss Poonam Pandita, designation, teacher educator, Department of Educational Studies, again from Central University of Jammu, Samba. And Miss Chetana Suri, teacher educator, Department of Educational Studies, Central University of Jammu, in the Samba district, Jammu and Kashmir. If you all can hear me, you all can start the presentation.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
My screen is visible?
No, not yet.
Now?
No, ma'am. It's still not visible, ma'am.
Madam, you have to share. First, open your PowerPoint presentation, go into presentation mode, and then go for sharing the screen and select that screen.
Rupal, ma'am, can you say again step by step?
Ma'am, first you open your PowerPoint presentation.
Visible now?
And then go to share screen on Zoom and select that presentation mode and then click on share.
Miss Chetana Suri, let me tell you one thing.
Yes.
We have a technical expert, and Rupal Sheth, she will help you. Just follow her instructions. She'll help you in doing that.
Okay.
Rupal ma'am, can you go ahead?
Yes. Chetna ma'am, am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, now we can see your screen. Yes. Yes. Select the screen.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning to all of you. I'm Chetna Suri, teacher educator, Department of Educational Studies from the Central University of Jammu. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for giving me such an opportunity to present my paper under the title The COVID-19 Pandemic and Needs of Digitalization in Education. This paper is co-authored by Sachin Kumar and Poonam Pandita, teacher educators from the Central University of Jammu. First, the present pandemic has transformed our entire life. Everything has changed. The way of interacting, the food we eat, the way of working, the way of learning, the way of teaching, and everything. It is well known saying that need is the mother of all inventions. It can be applied well in present situations. It was the need of the hour to shift from offline to online education. Leads to many technological innovations in the field of education. Our education system started using various online learning platforms and discovering various approaches of delivering online learning. But our education system was not prepared enough to deal with these situations. So as a result, it have faced many difficulties. So to strengthen the use of technological resources, there is a need to digitalize the education. Objectives of this paper are to identify and analyze the needs of the digitalization in education, to throw light on the challenges of the present online learning, to give some recommendations on the successful digitalization in education. Methodology for this, we have gone through various journals, books, and NCERT articles, and we have used content analytics. Needs of digitalization education. First is removing the barriers of learning. The best part about the digital learning or online learning is that we can digitally learn from anywhere, anytime, and even in uncertain situations like COVID-19. So we need to strengthen this digitalization so that in future we can learn even in uncertain situations like COVID-19.
Next, we have for promoting inclusiveness. Digitalization in education also helpful for promoting inclusiveness, like individuals who are not able to join offline classes due to some reasons. They can be benefited through digital mode of learning, especially blended learning approach is very much helpful for promoting inclusiveness in education. Supplementing classroom teaching, traditional methods of teaching alone are not sufficient to provide a holistic experience to the child. So we need to integrate technology with our pedagogy of teaching, and for that one need to digitalize our education system. Rapid world digitalization. As we know, our world is digitalizing uh, every year. So for dealing with this world, we need to prepare our children for that. It can be only done through proper digitalization in education. For gaining enriched knowledge, we all live in the society that is rapidly becoming knowledge enriched. So classroom learning is not enough for meaningful learning. Learners can also enrich their knowledge through various courses, but it needs proper technological resources and digitalizing education. Smooth functioning of education in uncertain situations. We need digitalization in education properly so that education transactions can be done smoothly even in uncertain situations, fulfilling the gap between present and the future situations. The digitalization in education is very important to fulfill the gap between present and the future situations. Through digitalization, we can strengthen the technology resources and skills that can meet the needs of the future. For making pedagogical approaches interesting and effective, digitalization can help teachers to make this pedagogical approach interesting by using various e-learning tools. We have various challenges. First, we have, as Shrikant sir has rightly pointed out, the digital device. This is very much true in my case, as we belong to South Kashmir area where network is really poor. We have to face many issues due to the network. Next, we have a lack of physical space, lack of competence for using technology, lack of standards for online education, affect interpersonal relationships, unequal digitalization, unable to cater the needs of the younger children, lack of effective designing, grading the students is little difficult. Technology illiteracy among some parents, lack of willingness to switch over new technologies, absence of physical activities. Now, I will tell you how to overcome these challenges in the field of digitalization in education. Practical ICT training should be given to the teachers during teacher preparation programs and during in-service training. Distribution of e-resources, that is e-content pedagogy, is very effective manner, and continuing monitoring at group level. During curriculum design process, the main focus should be on a recent area of digitalization in education. During online classes, the teacher should select that platform for teaching which utilizes less internet data and even performing good in 2G speed of internet. Teachers should also send less e-content, even possible, send 4 to 5 pages PDF instead of complete ebooks. During selection of the e-content, the teacher must focus on the quality of the e-content. Teachers and stakeholders should organize webinar, conferences, etc. under various themes that directly or indirectly related to the digitalization in education. Such programs spreading awareness among students, teacher associations, parents, and many more. Blending learning is a very important tool used in the teaching learning process because it comprises both offline as well as online teaching. So provision of rigorous practices should be there, and training of such learning tools should be given to the teachers so that they will come to know about the appropriate use and organization of blended learning approach in a classroom, and how to make classroom more critical as well as effective. In nutshell, we can say that to survive in the uncertain and global world, we really need to digitalize our education system. There is a need to make standards for online education also, and every school should need to plan a budget for technology. And important thing is that the teacher should effectively design the online learning classes. There is a need to reshape the scenario of education by emerging new digital pedagogical approaches in it. And yes, the digitalization in education is strongly needed after post-pandemic period, so that in future we will be able to tackle any uncertain situations. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chetna Suri. Now, we have a question from our participants to the chairman and the speaker of our technical session 1. Since the sub-theme of this technical session is pandemic and digital technology, the question is related to that. So my question is to Dr. Kalurkar. How can we overcome the technological issues in rural India, and how can we go for technological advancement in rural areas, sir?
In fact, the government of India is already coming up with some schemes for that. We will have to have connectivity throughout the nation. So one thing is power, that on which we are working, and another thing is the connectivity. So with the advancement of 5G technologies and the plans, if you see the plans of government of India, the plan is to have connectivity at every panchayat level. The whole nation, if it is digitally connected, this problem will get reduced. Another important thing is the gadgets which are required to use these technologies, cost will have to come down, or there should be donors. For example, we at Atharva College, we have donated about 300 laptops to the daughters of martyrs in different parts of the country, especially even in the Jammu region or Northeast region. And we try to help them to get the connectivity also. So these kind of planning is already there, and we hope that our government will be successful in providing connectivity throughout the nation and providing the electricity also throughout the nation. These are the two important things for rural areas.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for your kind guidance and answering this question. May I now request Ms. Smriti Parhi to propose the vote of thanks for this session.
Sure, ma'am. A very good morning to one and all. Honorable Chairman and Speaker Dr. Kalurkar, Principal of Atharva College of Engineering, Founder Coordinator of the Entrepreneurship Development Cell established by the MHRD, respected Principal Ma'am Dr. S.V. Sant, respected Vice Principal Sir Dr. R.N. Doshi, Professor Suhas Sawant and Professor Mini Ranjan, esteemed delegates Dr. Deepa, Ms. Chetna Suri, Mr. Sachin Kumar, and Ms. Poonam Pandita. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks for the first technical session of the day. On behalf of our college and on my own behalf, I extend a very hearty vote of thanks to Honorable Chairman and Speaker, Dr. Shrikant Kalurkar, for gracing this session and sharing his insights and enthusiasm with us. Thank you, sir, for including us in your very busy schedule. I would also take the opportunity to thank our principal, Dr. Sant. Ma'am, your kindness and strength are an inspiration to all of us. Thank you for your guidance. Many thanks to our Vice Principal, Sir R.N. Doshi, for your unwavering support. Thank you, Professor Suhat Sawant, for coordinating this session. Thank you, Professor Mini Rajan, for being the rapporteur of this session. My heartiest thank you to the esteemed delegates who have shared their knowledge at this forum. And last but not the least, I thank all of you for being a patient and eager audience. Now moving to the next session coordinated by Sir R.N. Doshi. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Smriti. I hope I am audible.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to Technical Session 2. At the outset, I am thankful to Principal Madam for granting me this opportunity to coordinate this particular session. I am very happy to introduce the special guest for the day, Professor Evangelia Vasilapu. The sub-theme of our session is Pandemic and Human Rights. For this session, we have the best speaker across the globe to enlighten us, to guide us, to moderate us on this very important subtopic of pandemic and human rights. I'm really happy and it's my privilege to welcome and introduce one of the most talented speaker from Poland, Madam Evangelia. Madam, I warmly welcome you. She is an academic English tutor and international speaker from the English Academy of Languages, Greece. So far as her qualification is concerned, Professor Evangelia has a BA degree in philosophy from Derry College, the American College of Greece, and an MA degree in applied linguistics from Hellenic American University with high distinction. She has also been nominated as a PhD candidate in applied linguistics from Hellenic American University. She has obtained certificate of proficiency in English from Cambridge University as well as Michigan University. She is holding certificate of attendance in French from Institut Francaise d'Athens, and also PULSO certificate holder from Teacher Development Center. She has almost 25 years of experience in different organizations with different capacities. She was a teacher of English in Omiros School of Languages. She was secretary in the crew department in General Maritime Management, Hellas Limited. She is educational consultant and head director of the academic department, Deportivo Publishing Company. Presently, she is working as teacher of English and staff manager, the English Academy of Languages, teaching English in TOEFL, Business English, B1, B2, C1, C2 levels, and academic English instructor, Metropolitan College, Marusi campus from Poland. She plays a very active role in various international conferences and forums. She chaired various sessions. She was also a keynote speaker at various international conferences. She has trained many teachers in different workshops. She has very rich editorial experience also with ELT News, a renowned magazine in Greece. She is also on editorial board of International Journal of Research in Humanities and Social Sciences of Rudra Education Trust, situated at Mehsana in Gujarat in India. May I now request Professor Evangelia to guide all of us on very important topic of pandemic and human rights. Over to Professor Evangelia.
Hello, good morning to everyone. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you very much for your long introduction. And I also like the background that I see. Let me share my screen. My main focus today, as you said, will be on COVID-19 and the human rights. And my title is about restrictions and freedoms. I would like to start with some leading images of COVID-19 protests. These are just some images from breaking news, and they show the mounting anger of protesters against the orders to stay at home during the pandemic lockdown. This picture reads, "History will remember this as the great overreaction." This picture says, "Dangerous freedom over government tyranny." Here we can see the police patrol near the Arc de Triomphe on the first day of confinement due to COVID-19 in Paris, France, March 17, 2020. Mounting anger, still in this image, land-free requirements, end of lockdown, give me liberty or give me COVID-19, a very strong claim. Our rights are essential. So what do all these images lead us to believe and lead us to realize? That there have been certainly a lot of measures to protect public health designed to stop the spread of the virus. And so many difficult decisions had to be made about restricting some of the human rights, freedom of movement and association, human interaction. But protecting public health can go hand in hand in protecting human rights as well. They are not exclusive choices, but the big dilemma is how do we keep the balance between the two? And there should be respect for human rights across the spectrum, not only the political rights, but also the civil, social rights and economic rights. Other COVID-19 realizations have to do with the attitude that the only effective way to really fight the epidemic is with the public's trust and confidence. COVID-19 needs a human rights-based approach, not just political claims. Many governments have imposed policies that undermine human rights. And although there are some temporary restrictions and they are really necessary to fight COVID-19, some governments have used the pandemic as an excuse to increase monitoring, surveillance, and restrictions on citizens, even persecute marginalized groups, and commit other human rights abuses. For me, the quintessential message here is that we need to be mindful of the creeping authoritarianism and erosion of rights and freedoms we have seen happening in the world during COVID-19. And we also need to make sure that people should not accept greater restrictions at the expense of rights and freedoms that are necessary to be there and keep us safe. The Protecting Human Rights During Pandemic Act and the main principles are the following: that restrictions should be limited in duration. They should be completely necessary to respond to the pandemic, be clearly communicated to the country's population, be implemented transparently, and be non-discriminatory. Allow me to share some screenshots with you regarding this act. You see 116th Congress, the second session, and it says to encourage the protection and promotion of internationally recognized human rights during the novel coronavirus pandemic and for other purposes. In the Senate of the United States, a bill is there to encourage the protection. Congress makes the following findings. Number one, the United States led to the drafting of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the commitment of countries around the world to the protection and promotion of universal human rights and values, because they are necessary for our human dignity, rights to life, liberty, security, freedom of movement, religion, speech, peaceful assembly, association, freedom of expression and the press, and freedom from arbitrary detention, discrimination, and invasion of privacy. Authorities in more than 83 countries, including the United States, have declared states of emergency and restricted the movement of people due to the threat of the novel coronavirus, which causes COVID-19, and which the World Health Organization designated a global pandemic on March 11, 2020. During public health emergencies, it is essential and appropriate for governments to take extraordinary action to stop the spread of disease. States are legally obligated to continue to protect the human rights of their citizens at all times, subject to the principles of limitation and derogation, even and especially during national emergencies. In many countries, governments have taken steps that violate the human rights without clear scientific or public health justifications. In some countries, including China and Russia, governments are using existing and emerging surveillance technologies including artificial intelligence and facial recognition software without appropriate safeguards, which violates the human rights of their citizens, such as the rights to privacy and freedom of movement, while claiming such actions are necessary to fight the novel coronavirus. And in some countries, including Azerbaijan, El Salvador, Hungary, Kazakhstan, and the Philippines, governments with a history of repressing human rights are exploiting the current crisis to consolidate power, representative legislative bodies, and silence criticism. In several countries, including Algeria, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Cambodia, China, and South Africa, governments have restricted the ability of journalists and other individuals to distribute or publish information related to the novel coronavirus, including criminal penalties, which violates the universal human rights of free speech and freedom of the press and limits people's access to information. Governments in countries with a history of discrimination against minority populations, including India and Uganda, have used the novel coronavirus pandemic response to further discriminate against vulnerable populations. And actions taken by foreign governments under the guise of the coronavirus weaken democratic institutions and restrict internationally recognized human rights, contrary to the principles of limitation, pose a threat to health, economic, and national security interests of the United States. Moving on to the Australian Human Rights Commission now. The starting point is that everyone's rights are precious and should only be restricted when there is no other alternative. Restrictions on human rights can sometimes be justified if they are necessary to protect the public health. International human rights law allows governments to restrict many rights and freedoms during a pandemic for the safety of everyone in the community, but the restrictions that are allowed are very narrow. They must be prescribed by law. They must be necessary and proportionate to the evaluated risk. The governments must be transparent about the reasons why they consider restricting human rights as necessary. The measures must be consistent with international law and must not discriminate against people on the grounds of race, sex, age, disability, or sexual preferences. The need for the restriction must be regularly assessed. Yes, assessment and evaluation. And the moment they are no longer necessary, they must cease. It is important to ensure independent monitoring of the measures in place to keep human rights in a safe place. Particular attention must be paid to unfolding the rights and dignity of those who may be disproportionately at risk to adverse impacts from the crisis. Lastly, we must make sure that any restrictions are temporary and do not erode our freedoms longer term by increasing surveillance or authorizing intrusions on our privacy. I would like now to move on to the quarantine state, because this has been an old tactics to combat the disease, and it can raise a lot of ethical and legal battle for human rights during the public health emergencies. First of all, we should differentiate between the word quarantine and isolation, because the quarantine involves the restriction of individuals who hypothetically have been exposed to the disease. As opposed to isolation that entails the notion of an individual with known disease from the general public. So the ethical ramifications here are that despite the effectiveness of the quarantines, there are some ethical ramifications to be made, like the individual's rights that have often been violated in the name of public good, because isolation to these persons can be suspected of being infected. So it violates the liberty of healthy persons. And it also marginalizes minority groups. And then these groups can be stigmatized and they can face discrimination. Another notion I would like to foreground today is the notion of skin hunger. People in quarantine may be experiencing skin hunger due to genetic study. It was published on June 27th in 2020 in the Mental Health Fox News by Professor Corey Floyd at University of Arizona, whose research was published this week in Communication Monographs, discussed the interplay and the relation between skin-on-skin touch and the psyche. We see here how powerful this image is. A son that hugs his father at the geriatric clinic on June 16, 2020 in Brazil. The clinic created this hug tunnel for the elderly residents to be able to hug relatives. We understand that just like any other regular hunger reminds us that we are not getting enough food, skin hunger is the recognition that we are not getting enough touch in our lives because of social distancing, because of all these restrictions that we have been imposed. And many people these days are recognizing that they miss getting hugs and they miss touch. And it is maybe the one thing technology will never and hasn't so far figured out how it can be given to us. So some reports on human rights breach during the pandemic, according to the Commission on Human Rights spokesman, noted that the Commission has monitored a marked increase, yes, in allegations of human rights breach during the COVID-19 pandemic, involving government personnel enforcing the community quarantine protocols. More specifically, the top complaints and requests for CHR assistance are torture, cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment or punishment, with 160 reports. Of course, these are allegations, they are alleged. There hasn't been any proof, substantial proof so far, but they can really count as complaints that we should really take into account. Then we had the provision of government assistance with 140 reports and 132 reports linked to arrests and detention. The rest of the reports are about suppression to freedom of expression, harassment in social media, discrimination, or cases of wrongfully arrested. Citing the law, the international human rights law now, this law recognizes that in the context of serious public health threats and emergencies globally, threatening the life of the nations, restrictions on some rights can be justified. Yes, it is reasonable, but when they have a legal basis, are strictly necessary, based on scientific evidence. They are not arbitrary, I repeat myself, nor discriminatory in application, of limited duration, respectful of human dignity, subject to review, and proportionate to achieve the objective, not the subjective. This is another screenshot from the applicable international standards. You see the United Nations Human Rights from the Office of the High Commissioner, and it has to do with the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Let's have a look at the Article 12 that states that the state parties to the present covenant recognize the right of everyone to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. And linguistically speaking, the words of everyone to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health are of pivotal importance. The steps to be taken by the states parties to the present covenant to achieve the full realization include aspects that are necessary for the provision for the reduction of the stillbirth rate and infant mortality and for the healthy development of the child, the improvement of all aspects of environmental and industrial hygiene, and most importantly, the prevention, treatment, and control of epidemic, endemic, occupational, and other diseases. The creation of all these conditions can assure medical service and medical attention in the event of sickness. Another important notion is the human rights checklist. Okay, we have seen so far that there have been certain violations, but how can we actually take control of the situation apart from complaining? How can we be sure that our governments can really follow a humanitarian path that can really cover the people's needs universally? So here I have incorporated some questions that can guide a rights respective response to the crisis and addresses the needs of groups most at risk, including people living in poverty, ethnic, religious minorities, women, people with disabilities, older people, migrants, refugees, and children. Let me start with the first category, prevention and care, keeping the public informed. And allow me not to paraphrase because I don't want to destroy the authenticity of the questions. Is your government providing the public with timely, accurate, and accessible information on the spread of the pandemic? Is your government and any government of any country challenging COVID-19 denialism and actively opposing the prosecution of journalists and others who have raised legitimate factual concerns about COVID-19? Has your government lifted all internet shutdowns or brought restrictions on access to information online? Is your government taking steps to address the digital divide by increasing the accessibility and affordability of internet access, especially in places under lockdown where education, work, and public information on COVID-19 have moved online? What about testing and treatment now? Is quality, affordable healthcare accessible for everyone in your country as a right without discrimination? If your government is maintaining COVID-19 quarantine or isolation facilities, is it providing people with healthcare, protection from infection, and food and water? Is your government trying to dismantle barriers to healthcare for people living in poverty and other historically marginalized groups like lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender people, people with disabilities, and indigenous communities? Is your government taking steps to facilitate safe access for people who avoid medical treatment because they are afraid of immigration enforcement? Are testing kits and ventilators being deployed equitably? Has your government stopped enforcing international trade sanctions that limit access to healthcare? What about protecting the doctors, all these people who have sacrificed their lives in the front line and the frontline workers? Is adequate protective equipment being provided to healthcare workers at all states? Is the government taking steps to protect healthcare workers from being potentially exposed to the virus? Are the businesses and governments ensuring employees who work in essential situations such as mass transit, grocery stores, warehouses, prisons, at-home care have adequate protection against COVID-19 and access to testing? What about reducing the risks in detention facilities and jails? Is the government and every government reducing its prison, jail, and immigration detainee population to ease crowding and allow for social distancing? What about social distancing in jails? Are authorities considering for released prisoners at greater risk of serious illnesses from the virus, including older people, people with underlying health conditions, people with disabilities, and pregnant women? Has the government told its police forces to stop arrests of sex workers, non-violent drug offenders, people arrested for moral crimes, and others who should not face criminal punishment to avoid adding to crowded jails and avoid spreading the virus? What about boosting access now to water and sanitation? Is the government using best practice humanitarian standards to guide support for refugees, asylum seekers, internally displaced people, and migrants living in the crowded camps and the territories? Is your government taking proactive steps to ensure continuous access to clean water for all? What about the rights respecting the crisis management? Are emergency powers used in a way that is lawful, necessary, and proportionate? If the state security forces are enforcing the social distancing and delivering the medical supplies, are the officials taking steps to prevent abuse and hold officers accountable for any wrong step or any wrong movement? Or is it covered? Or there is no responsibility that is held? What about avoiding sacrificing other rights? Is your government's use of digital surveillance technologies to respond to the pandemic narrowly tailored to protect the right to privacy and expression? Do the technologies being deployed meet the 8 conditions for digital surveillance outlined by more than 100 civil society groups in April? What about helping across borders? Not only our state, not only our country. Is your government contributing to international efforts to raise and deploy funds to help other countries with their COVID-19 response? And what about the economic fallout? Yes, the economic crisis. Are your government's plans to mitigate the economic harms of COVID-19 based on a guarantee of basic economic rights to all, low-income people, undocumented people, underprivileged people, and informal sector workers? Is the government mobilizing additional support for poor children, underprivileged children who relied on school for meals? What about the harms of social distancing? What about the psychological support? Is your government making mental health services available to the population considering all the psychological toll of social distancing and the economic impact and losing loved ones to COVID-19, what about their psychological status? What about their psychological condition? Have we ever thought about it? Keeping little kids learning, for sure. In my field, in the education field, I have seen steps from my government. They have closed schools, but they have taken maintenance and they have ensured that all children can stay at home and they can have online education. Is your government making distance learning systems accessible to historically marginalized communities, education for all people, no prejudices, including children with disabilities? What about them? What about their special needs? What about violence in the home? Is the government mobilizing resources to support victims of violence at home? And I would like to finish with some human rights, COVID-19 human rights, and some future concerns. We talked about the present situation. What about the future situation? Is our future optimistic? Is our future pessimistic? I want to believe that we will find a solution. I want to believe that there is a green light. There are joint efforts, and we will do the best we can do united in a globalized world in order to have better future concerns. But there is one question that I would like to pose, something that I have been thinking many times, and this has to do with bioterrorism. And I would like to state here the words of George Annas in 2002 in her Public Health and Human Rights work that said that it is unnecessary and counterproductive to sacrifice basic human rights to respond to all this pandemic situation. Constructive public health legislation must be federal and has to be federal, cannot be carefully drafted under panic conditions. It will predictably rely on broad, arbitrary state authority exercised without public accountability. Public health should resist reverting to the 19th century practices of forced examination and quarantine, which will simply encourage people to avoid physicians, hospitals, and public health practitioners they now trust and actively seek out in emergencies. And most importantly, upholding the human rights is essential to public trust and is ultimately our best defense, our best weapon, our best tool against the threat of terrorism in the 21st century. The coronavirus, what we are facing now in the existing situation, is a blueprint for bioterrorism. And according to The Hill, a top US political website that is read by the White House and eminent lawmakers, and an American political journalism newspaper that was published in Washington has been published in Washington since 1994, says that regardless of the source of the coronavirus, what we are experiencing now is a roadmap for future concerns. The damage has been quick and enormous, and the cost of a potential weapon such as this is close to zero. Let's think about it. It represents the perfect asymmetric warfare strategy, and there should be little doubt these lessons are being studied carefully by all of us universally. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Professor Evangelia. Thank you for such a nice, wonderful, and mind-blowing presentation.
My pleasure.
I will be failing in my duty if I don't put my sincere gratitude for your presence. And I'm really, happy to be in touch with you, coordinating with you. And the factors which I have observed there is your humbleness, politeness. So with that, we are really touched, madam. Thank you very much. Now, based on this, I have one question, madam.
Yes.
Based on your presentation, I don't know whether I'll be right in asking that. As you said, that role of the government is multifaceted in this particular situation. How do you correlate that with the size of the population of different countries, like India, where we are densely populated with huge population and other countries where population ratio is very low as compared to our country. So do you feel that in general, all the governments are doing well to tackle this situation so far as human rights are concerned, or they are forced to take such kind of action which is required?
Yes. Well, I would like to answer in a diplomatic way because I'm not here today to put the blame on the governments. I'm here today just to raise some awareness regarding how we should think. And this is food for thought. I based my talk on declarations. I based my arguments on evidence. And what I would like to say is that if these arguments have been endorsed by the United States, it means that they are sound. They should be implemented 100% and more, if possible, 100% plus for overpopulated countries. If this is the case for safe protection, for overpopulation, that should be in a double effect. They should somehow intensify their efforts. What I have known so far and really saddened me is that India has been the provider of all these vaccines around the world. And now I was informed that India really lacks vaccines for all the population. So this is an irony. And it saddens me to realize that you have helped so much and now you are in a situation that you lack vaccination. So this tells everything. I don't want to go deeply, but I would like to take this into consideration. And for the people that listen to me today, I think that would stand as an answer, although diplomatic, a well-grounded answer.
Thank you very much, madam. Madam, we value your precious time. We have few minutes more. So can we request your presence for paper presentation?
Of course.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
There is one more question.
Yeah, there is one more question. Yeah.
Angelia, this is Shrikant.
Dr. Kallurkar is there.
Yes. Hello. How are you?
Hello. Fine, thank you. I hope you are.
My blessings for safety universally, to stay safe and blessed at all times. All the people around the world.
Thank you. Can we draw a thin line between COVID appropriate behavior and the restriction? What is expected is in our country is being talked as COVID appropriate behavior. So people should follow. And on another side, there is a restriction.
Yes, the antipode.
How do we draw a line between the two?
First of all, for me, people need to be educated. They need to be educated and really get informed of their human rights, because the screenshots I incorporated in my presentation, some people may know, others may not know. Or in a pandemic situation, when there are many psychological problems, the least thing people should would end up reading would be declarations and human rights, I think. What really worries them is safety. What really worries them is how they can spend some optimistic moments, how they can stop being exposed to even distortion of news, or how they can be exposed less to this news situation, because it's a thriller. Honestly, when I was watching the TV news and about the news in your country, I was so sad. I could not even sleep at night, honestly. I have been involved with your country in many presentations, in many talks. I have many Indian friends. I really appreciate and respect your country. around other countries in the world. And when I saw these images of people burning other people in squares and in I can't even talk. I can't even continue this discussion now. I was devastated. And I said, no, this cannot be happening. This has to stop. So people, first of all, need sentimental support, psychological support. And this psychological support has to be under a unified world, under talks, under people who via social media, to keep this flame alive, that you're not the only one who are suffering around the world. We suffer as well. We had been in a lockdown period for 5-6 months. Personally, I did not go out at all. I did not see my relatives, my beloved people. I was inside my house with my children. I witnessed people who texting me, telling me, please pray for me. I prayed for them. I go to the language school. I go and I do lessons at risk of our lives in order to be there and taking all precautions, wearing masks, educating the new generation, educating the children that we are here to support you. And I think education and psychological support and being there for our family members and be united is most importantly at the top ladder, what I call of pivotal importance. All the other things, vaccination, are equally important, but they come second. We need first to understand that we count as human beings, that human life is essential, that we need to stay alive and kicking, sound and safe, and to stop spreading panic. If we stay united, educated, and spread love, and we ask for help from other nations, and we get help from other nations, this unification, then I think we will see brighter days. You are not alone in this fight. Many countries suffered, are suffering, and will suffer in a post-pandemic situation.
Thank you, madam. Now we have few minutes left, so we quickly take one paper presentation by Professor Aniket Salvi. He is Assistant Professor of Department of Political Science of Gokhale Education Society, Sri Bhavsaheb Varkar College. The reason for selecting his paper is that it is, on the similar sub-theme that, and his title of the research paper is COVID-19 State Surveillance and Human Rights. So may I request Professor Aniket Salvi to quickly go through his presentation?
Sure, sir. So am I audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Very good morning to everyone. So basically my topic for the presentation today is COVID-19 state surveillance and human rights. So in my paper, what I'm trying to explore is the human right dimension of how this new public health surveillance technologies are being used to address the COVID-19 pandemic, and in particular, the extent to which there are legitimate restriction on a range of human rights, including the right to privacy, the right to health, and other social and economical rights. Mindful of the inevitable intersection among these fundamental freedoms, my paper will specifically concentrate on the right to privacy as affected by the surveillance practices. Now, when we're talking about what is this public health surveillance during COVID-19, okay, this public health surveillance is nothing but a systematic collection, storage, uses, and dissemination of personal information to identify an outbreak and mitigate the spread of disease. So, are we using this public health surveillance for the first time in COVID-19, in the pandemic like COVID-19? The answer is no. We have even earlier used this public health surveillance, okay, during the Ebola, during the during one of the disease which was spread in Hong Kong. At that time also electronic data system was being used. But the current COVID situation has come at a time of digital revolution with huge growth in mobile phones and social media use and sophisticated technology that can support widespread public health surveillances. Now talking about this digital surveillance measures used in the context of COVID-19. We all are aware that majority of the countries are using mobile applications as a method for the surveillance. Some few of the countries are using camera surveillance, few of the countries are using drone surveillances. So the question arises over here, is this surveillance, whether through the mobile application, whether through the camera surveillance or whether through the drone surveillance, is affecting our human rights or is affecting or is violating our fundamental rights? Okay, now yes, to control a pandemic like this, we need some sort of app. But can we be reliable? Can we be reliable on that particular app? Can this app is only focusing on its primary objective, or it is just being used by the state to surveillance its own citizen? That is the question mark. I will be taking the example of few of the countries. Okay, while talking about India, the eyebrows were raised about the objective of Arogya Setu app when one of the accused was being granted bail on a condition that he will be installing uh, Arogya Setu app in his mobile. So this raised an eyebrow across around among the citizens of India. What is the primary objective? Is the primary objective is to detect the COVID-19, to take COVID-19 the pandemic, or is to have the surveillance on its people? Second thing, whether these apps are really effective. Okay, really effective, really accountable. A case in Russia, the tracking app is social monitor, which they had launched as social monitoring. Okay, in May 2020, there was a case when on a day 60,000 residents had installed the app, and on the same day 53,000 have been fined for some of the due to the delay in OTPs. Okay, now this is the practice of using it do not only interfere with the privacy right, but also it poses a financial burden on the people already affected by the crisis. Whereas in France, the civil liberty groups are concerned with the tracing app leading to government surveillance, despite the French government saying that the Stop COVID does not record user location and destroy the data within 14 days. After the protest in a country like Norway, okay, the app which was being introduced was being taken down by the Norway government. So all those concerns around this app makes a big question mark. What is the purpose? What is the real purpose? What is the primary purpose of this particular apps? The second thing, in some of the countries, the country like Mexico, Malaysia, Spain, Italy, and UK, as per the media reports, are using drone surveillances, whereas the country like France, Russia, China are using camera surveillance. Okay, now in the time of pandemic, let us assume this kind of surveillance is being used to find out to stop the spread of the COVID-19. But if you look from the future concern, we can state that if today the government or if today the state or if today the police start to use drone to identify people who are violating quarantine, okay, this can easily use the same technology, the same drone to identify participants in protest or strike once this crisis is over, and this will be nothing but the violation of the democratic forum, violation of human rights. The another part, going ahead, the another thing which I'm going to talk about is the complexity of the digital health services raises four main concerns for human rights. The first is the efficiency of the digital tool for global health surveillance is still questionable. More than 40 to 50 countries are using the contract tracing app, but yet there is no evidence about the ability to mitigate the spread of disease. Second concern over here is the rise of third-party actor to create and the store database. Okay, in UK, for example, the private companies like Amazon Web Series, Citel, or Serco have access to user data, and this data will reportedly be held for 20 years It is still unclear whether these companies will be allowed to privately benefit from the use of this data. The third possibility and one of the major threat which I can see is the possible threat to the minorities. This may be in the form of increased violation to their right to privacy, increased discrimination, and the reinforcement of inequalities. There are already reports that some minority groups have been disproportionately affected by COVID-19. For example, a contract tracing for a COVID-19 outbreak in South Korea led to homophobic abuse targeted at the South Korean LGBTQ community. The fourth concern is the use of digital health surveillance measure may lead to abuse by states and the non-state actors. An example of China, where the authorities have reportedly started to link data from surveillance app to citizens' medical record. Okay, this can also record is what you watch, what you see, how many steps you take, what you drink, and what you smoke. Okay, this is something where your right to privacy is directly getting affected. The fifth thing is the commercialization of health data. Okay, from long-term surveillances or from the long-term approach, it could also lead to discriminatory exclusion and differential pricing by insurance company. Okay, I just before I due to the time limit, I would like to conclude my presentation. Is for conclusion, I would like to say that emergency situation as unpredictable and destructive as they are, they should not be used as a window of opportunity to weaken states' obligations to respect fundamental rights. The attempt to enhance surveillance measure to the determinants of privacy should be met with scrutiny and skepticism. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aniket. Thank you very much. Now, may I request Professor Smriti Saluke to propose a very, very well-deserved vote of thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. Honorable dignitaries, distinguished guest, respected Principal Madam, Dr. Mrs. S.V. Sant, Vice Principal, Sir Mr. Rajesh Doshi. I'm Mrs. Professor Smriti Salunke. On behalf of Vocal Education Society, I feel immense pleasure to propose a vote of thanks to our eminent chairperson and chief guest of Technical Session 2, Mrs. Evangelia Vasilavu, who is the academic English tutor and international speaker from Greece, who has spared her time from her busy schedule to grace the webinar with extremely relevant address on how human rights are precious. She rightly said how the rights should be restricted where there is no alternative. She also pointed out how the countries around the globe, where there is an inconsistency in the international law. She also pointed out how the countries are prohibiting the distribution of information to public relating to novel coronavirus and also imposing criminal penalties which in need violates human rights. I also thank the paper presenter, Mr. Aniket Salvi, for presenting his paper on theme pandemic and human rights. Further, I also thank technical team for supporting the session and webcasting the webinar through the YouTube. Once again, I thank you all for being this morning. Hence, you have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you, sir, and thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Smriti. We have 1 or 2 minutes left. May I request our principal madam just to express her views on this session and have talk with Evangelia madam, because this is the only occasion where she can be live with her. Yeah, please, madam.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Doshi. Hello, madam.
Yes, madam.
Yes, on behalf of our college and my personal behalf, really I express a deep sense of gratitude towards Honorable Evangelia madam for accepting our invitation, sparing her valuable time for us, and elaborating on a very crucial topic, COVID-19 and human rights. Madam, by narrating various facets of this sub-theme, like principles of Pandemic Act, human rights position in other countries of the globe, nature of complaints received, preventive cares, and even she ended her talk with a positive thought. That is very important. The positive thought about COVID-19 and the future concern. Really, it was a wonderful experience to learn all these things from you, ma'am. And really, from bottom of heart, thanks to you for enlightening us on this particular sub-theme. We will have more contacts in future, and I expect that in future also you will enlighten our delegates and us on various themes. Thank you very much, ma'am.
It was my pleasure to be here with you today and share all my knowledge with you. And most importantly, the fact that even under these conditions, we are still in a situation to interact and support each other at all times. We are human beings. We have proven so powerful in the past. We have faced as human beings previous pandemic situations. We were the winners and we will be the winners again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. And surely we will be the winner. And we are really overwhelmed and we express our gratitude for sparing your very valuable time. I know your time is too precious and I know how busy you were because I was in direct contact with you. So thank you very much, madam.
It was my pleasure.
Yeah. And if you have more time, I request you to attend another session because that is also excellent. We have another 2 giants for which we are going to have the session. So may I, with your permission, go to technical session number 3?
Yes,
ma'am.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, madam. So I welcome all of you again to our technical session 3. The sub-theme is pandemic and service sector. First of all, let me express again, because I really need to express this particular gratitude. I'm so overwhelmed and very thankful to our principal madam for giving me this opportunity, particularly for this session also, because I'm going to introduce to another speaker who are, legend so far as international conferences, knowledge, their achievement, etc. are concerned. And I was fortunate to have association with Dr. Rajesh Khajuria in the past also. I was fortunate to be with him for a lot of time and hear him. Again, sir, we welcome you for this particular session. Now, let me introduce fast. When I have gone through their biodata, it is running into 15 to 20 pages. And believe me, I had learned a lot out of it. That what are their recognition, where are they attached, what are their achievements, etc., etc. I'm going to introduce both the speaker one by one, and I try to be very concise on that. At the beginning only, sir, I ask for the apology of Dr. Polkowski if I make any mistake in pronunciation, although I've tried a lot to be, right. Okay. Indeed, it is really a lucky day for me because I have the honor of introducing 2 very wonderful dignitaries on this session. One, Dr. Rajesh Khajuria. We have already heard him before. Let me introduce him formally. He will be the chairman for this session. He is the education and global accreditation leader. And in reality, he is the global accreditation leader. Under his able leadership, so many institutes are accredited. Resource person for the session is Dr. Jazislav Polkowski.
Zazislav Polkowski.
Zazislav Polkowski. Am I right, sir?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you, sir. So at the beginning only, I had asked for apology. When I have gone through their very rich biodata, it is really difficult for me to concise it. but I'll try to do it fast because I know you all are very eager to listen to them, right? So I would be as brief as possible. Dr. Khajuria is PhD in Management, MBA in Finance. He is Fellow Certified Management Consultant of Institute of Management Consultants of India, IMCI. He is MIOD London, that is the Institute of Directors from London. He is Commissioner ACB-SP USA, and it is the largest global accreditation council for business schools programs, serving 1,200 members, business schools, universities, campus, etc., around 63 countries. He is Professor Emeritus, FPT University, Vietnam. He is presently the President of Indian Quality Assurance Council, IQAC. He is co-chairman of Diploma Board of the Indian Society for Training and Development, ISTD, with headquarters at New Delhi. He was funding director of SMJV's CKS VIM Business School, Vadodara, prior to this day. He acted as a PhD supervisor, examiner, referee for Gujarat Technological Universities. He was a former chairman, Dean's Council, Global MBA program for 70 management colleges, Gujarat Technical University. He is an independent corporate director. He is social entrepreneur. He is associated with NGO as a trustee with Brahmand Education Research Foundation. He is institutional member, United Nations Global Compact, PRME, CII, FGI, VCCI, ISTD. These are all international and national NGOs. His contribution to academic and research activities are enormous. He has presented many papers in national and international conferences of high repute. He acted as a consultant to various industries under different capacities. He is recipient of many prestigious awards like Most Resourceful and Committed Members Award 2014-15 by Indian Society for Training and Development, Vadodara, Eminent Educationist Award by World Jain Confederation, Innovation Award for Holistic Development of the State University by Gujarat Technological University, and many more. He is holding professional membership of various state, national, and international bodies. He acted as a speaker and has chaired various sessions in national and international conferences. He was a trainer in many workshops in different areas. Under his visionary leadership, many MOUs are signed between Indian and foreign universities. He has traveled extensively in many parts of the world. Sir, our institute is really very lucky to have a very good well-wisher like you. Again, I warmly welcome you to this conference. Now I take pride and pleasure in introducing resource person of this session. I'm sure that we really will have a very resourceful session with Dr. Polkowski from Poland. Again, we have a person whose achievements are enormous. Dr. Polkowski holds a PhD degree in computer science and management from Wrocław University of Technology, postgraduate degree in microcomputer systems in management from University of Economics in Wrocław, and postgraduate degree in IT in education from Economics University in Katowice. He obtained his engineering degree in computer systems in industry from Technical University of Zielona Góra. He has published more than 65 papers in international journals, 25 conferences proceedings, including more than 19 papers in journal indexed in the Web of Science, Scoopers, IEEE. He served as a member of Technical Program Committee in many international conferences in Poland, India, China, Iran, Romania, and Bulgaria. Till date, he has delivered more than 20 talks at different international conferences across various countries. He is also a member of the Board of Studies and expert member of the Doctoral Research Committee in many universities in India. He is also a member of the editorial board of several journals and served as a reviewer in a wide range of international journals. His area of interest includes IT in business, IoT in business, and education technology. He has successfully completed research project worth $120,000 on developing the innovative methodology of teaching business informatics, funded by the European Commission. He also owns an IT SME consultancy company in Polkowice and Lublin, Poland. His personal skill includes excellent communication and organization skill by managing a team of many people at a time. He has the ability to manage owns and others' work also very efficiently. He has the ability to operate many technical devices, operation of advanced computer devices, He is able to use Microsoft Office, Windows, Unix, Linux, HTML, CMS, Pascal, C++, UTM, the Novel and other applications very effectively. Abilities and competence in IT consulting acquired in the process of conducting business activities, abilities and competence in cost cutting in business activities by applying the latest IT achievements, that is cloud computing, intelligence, business, and virtualization is his specialization. He has command over 4 different languages, that is Polish, English, German, and Russian. He is a certified and academic teacher in various areas of computer sciences. He has conducted classes on so many aspects of computer assistance, management, business management, administration, information technology, etc., etc. The list is very wide, and if I go on reading all that, I think I'll be encroaching upon their time. He is presently associated as a professor of UJW, Rector's Representative for International Cooperation and Erasmus Plus program in Jan Wyszykowski University in Polkowie, Poland. Adjunct Professor, Department of Business Intelligence and Management, Wrocław University of Economics and Business, Poland. He is Adjunct Professor, Marwadi University, Rajkot in India. He was visiting professor, University of Pitești, Romania. Reactors Representative for International Cooperation and Erasmus Plus program. The former Dean of Technical Sciences Faculty, Jan Wyszykowski University in Polkowie, Poland. He is also acting as a principal investigator with Dr. Nitul Datta on postdoctoral research from Marwadi University, India. I am sure you are all very eager to hear both the speaker without any delay. Now I invite Dr. Khajuria as a chairman for this technical session.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. And I wish to begin with my appreciation for Evangelia, who is from Greece, I believe, and she delivered an excellent previous session. And now for Dr. Pulkowski, I just want to add one line that he's a great human being and a great friend for last several years. And I had the fortune of visiting him in Poland some time back and visit several universities over there. And we are really effectively working on collaborating with universities that he's associated with. And because of him, I serve on the editorial board of a few research journals in Europe, thanks to Dr. Pulkowski. I will not take much time in giving a lecture, as we saw in the morning that students and faculties, they do not like lectures. But I can only say that, and we'll take probably not more than 5 minutes of saying this, that to me, the challenge in the post-COVID era is going to be on improving the quality of education, both online and in person or in classroom, which means the institutions and faculties and professors and teachers will have to develop capabilities in hybrid mode of delivering education. So hybrid is, you understand, like a hybrid circuit. It has several layers, and therefore the education in the post-COVID era will have several layers. So you can begin with online, but someday you will have to end up meeting people and students and faculties and getting together in a classroom or in a garden and then exchange the knowledge. And I think this is what our 5,000-year-old history of India says, that when the Vedas and Upanishads were written by the Lord and his disciples, and they all talked about education and how education will be shaped over the next several thousand years. And this inheritance we have luckily got it amongst us in India and the countries who were with the previous Bharat, you can say, so which means from some part of Russia to Indonesia and Cambodia and those kind of countries, including our nearby Bangladesh and Pakistan and Nepal and Bhutan. So with this kind of rich history, I don't think we will be short of any knowledge to deliver education in post-COVID era. But what we are short of is the skill probably on implementing that education or knowledge. So the skill comes through, for example, what Dr. Pulkovsky does, computer engineering, computer teaching, that's a skill. And what many of Krishna Vedula talked about engineering is a skill. And what Evangelia talked about, the social fabric of the society, that's a kind of skill, soft skill. So the skills are something that we need to emphasize. And it's like, as they say in Bhagavad Gita by Lord Krishna, the holy song, that there are only three ways which impact and are followed by all human beings of the world, irrespective of their religion, caste, creed, or source or origin. And these three things are, as you know, one is Gyan, that means knowledge. The second is Karma, which means action. And the third is Bhakti, which means devotion. And whoever you believe in, whether Jesus Christ or Sant Gyaneshwar or Lord Mahavir, Buddha or Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, or even Allah or any other God, these three things are common in all over the world with all the people and all the religions. And this is what the ancient education system of India said. Bhagavad Gita was written before 3,000 years, Dr. Pulkovsky, where most of the countries did not exist. For example, America exists for 450 years only. And of course, Europe has a very rich history. And probably if you talk about before 2000 and 3000 years, it was Europe on one side, particularly Rome. And that's where we have Evangelia from Greece representing. So one side Rome and the other side was Egypt. And these two dynasties or these two empires were prominent empires before 2000 years. But the Bharat, ancient Bharat or India is one such country which was also prominent before 5,000 years. So some things happened, unfortunately, and we went down as a developing nation from the fully developed nation. I hope that with the help of educationists like Suhasini Sant Madam, who the principal and the organizer of this conference, and Dr. Pulkovsky and many others, we will bring back the glory of India to the world. And with this end, with this saying, I end. And I request Dr. Pulkovsky to take over and say a few words, make a presentation, do as you like. You can even sing a song.
So thank you very much for nice words and for the invitation for this nice conference. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Okay. Let me share my screen. So my presentation is visible?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, today I am going to say a few words about the influence of coronavirus on higher educational institutions in Poland. As you know, I work in this moment in 4 Polish universities, and also I collaborate with one high school in Poland. So now I'm presenting you the situation in context of COVID in Poland. So as you see on this diagram, in this year, in March and April, we had the biggest problem with coronavirus. Also last year, but take a look now, we have May, and situation seems to be under control. And to be honest, so now we are feeling that we are after pandemic in my country. What's more, last week, we have started face-to-face classes almost in all universities. So it shows us that the situation is quite good. Also, we have less restrictions, and at the end of May, probably all restaurants, every institutions will be open. So what's more, in next month, I'm going to go abroad first time. Last time I was abroad in February last year. I was in India. But as you know, in this moment, it's difficult to travel. But what we see, if you are after vaccination, you can travel inside of Europe. So probably next week we will get, so I mean people who are after vaccination, we will get some, let's say, COVID passport, and we will have chance to travel inside of Europe. If we are talking about my situation is quite good, and in my family as well, because I'm after second dose of vaccine, AstraZeneca, and my wife as well, even my daughter. So I think the solution to solve problem with pandemic in not just in Poland, everywhere, is to promote vaccination and to do as many as we can vaccination. But not everybody wants to take it. So it depends on situation. So what about coronavirus and my university? So as a matter of fact, the issues linked to COVID-19 in the Polish legal system appear in the Act of March, 2nd March 2020. So in such scenario, the classes could not be implemented, could only be implemented using distance learning methods and techniques. But in that time, we didn't have any experience, and even we didn't have too much time to decide what to do. So that's why we, probably the same like you in India, we were under pressure of time, under pressure of this not comfortable situation. So considering the present situation in that time at the UGW in Polkowice, in my university, as in whole of Poland, education of students in all forms of education has been suspended. So it means we didn't have chance to have face-to-face classes. On 24th of March, rector sent a letter to all employees, it means professors and students, regarding distance education. So rector in that time has emphasized about the awareness of the existing threats in this area, such as lack of knowledge of the new method of education, of new platforms. So also concern for the efficiency of internet connections, as well the fear of conducting classes without face-to-face contact. So at the beginning, many professors who are not, let's say, strong in IT, they were really terrified, scared, because they didn't know how to use computers, laptops to conduct classes. So if somebody is strong in history, management, so, and somebody has used from time to time IT solutions, for this people, professors, was totally not comfortable situation. And during the initiation of remote education, the rector obliged lecturers, professors and students to use Office 365 Teams platform. But to be honest, at the beginning, he doesn't know what to do, which platform we should choose. But thanks my connections inside of Poland, I have recognized the situation in some universities, because I work not just in UJW, And some IT specialists from other universities advised me that this is good, this is not good. So after some time, we have decided to choose Teams platform from Microsoft. So I think reason was also because in Poland, many universities have a license for Microsoft Office 365. So it was quite easy to implement. So after that, the lecturers have been obliged to implement the learning outcomes provided for the given subject and to prepare and appropriate paper and electronic documentation. So it means that we have started some distance remote learning process, but our authorities, they wanted to know what we are doing. So what about ethics of this type of teaching? So that's why we had to prepare, even in this moment, if somebody still has online classes, we were obliged to prepare some report about our classes. So as I mentioned earlier, the selection of platforms took into account many criteria, including some technical aspects, some configuration, and also level of integration with existing systems, because in our university we have so many IT systems, and our approach was to choose the platform which will be well integrated with system which we have in our university. The opinions of expert and persons experienced in this area were also taken in account, as I told you. So among the most popular online cloud-based video conferencing solutions, so it means Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and Google Meet, we have decided to choose Microsoft Teams. This table presents some pros and cons in context of Zoom, Google Meets, and Microsoft Teams. Of course, we should be aware that there are more this type of platforms. So I don't know which platform do you use in India, but every month I participate in some conferences in classes. Sometimes it's Zoom, sometimes it's Google Meets, sometimes it's Teams. It depends on situation, but I think situation is quite similar. I just, saying about situation in my country and in my university. So few words about results of e-learning systems. So we have compared face-to-face learning teaching process to online teaching process, and we have compared situation at a technical faculty. And as you see, so in some hours we didn't notice any difference, big difference. Take a look. So 10% more, 10% less. I mean about a presence of students. So it means it was quite similar if you compare a situation in online teaching learning process to face-to-face process. So this is in a situation in our second location in Lubin at technical faculty as well, but in the field of mining, geology, management, and production engineering. As you see, maybe here we could notice some bigger difference, but take a look. The second part, we have 20% more, but after that 20%, 25, 30% less. So in my opinion, it looks quite similar. So if we are talking about possibilities to attend in classes by students, I think it was quite similar. But if we take into account some fact that part of students, they are living not they are not living in Polkowice and Polkowice and Lubin. They have to drive by car, by public transport to the university. For them, this situation was quite, let's say, good if we are talking about transport and to reach our university, because if we use online solutions, it takes us just 1 minute to attending some classes. So what I can say more? I can say that this type of teaching and learning process was accepted almost by all students. Only in few cases we have noticed that somebody is is feeling not comfortable. In individual cases, the participation of students who participated in classes, we have noticed using smartphones. So this is quite interesting that some students, not 1, 2, if we are talking about groups, sometimes 4, 5, they have used smartphones. For me, as a teacher of IT subject, it was not comfortable because very often during my classes, I ask students, please share your screen, show me what have you done, and so on. And after some time, they say, oh, it's not possible because I have smartphone. So if we are talking about this type of solutions, smartphone, for me as a teacher, it was not comfortable. So, but for students, of course, it was comfortable. So attendance at classes in all time, in some intervals, was even higher. In my opinion, was quite similar, but in some selected, intervals, we have noticed even higher, as I told you. If you compare to the traditional classes conducted before the pandemic. So, okay, so we have noticed that some professors, they had some fear on, so what I mean, first of all, lack of experience of using remote teaching methods. I think the biggest part of our professors, they have never used any remote teaching methods so far. Next, concerns about the efficiency of internet connection. So even if in Poland we have quite good IT system, so some professors, they were scared what to do if they have some problems with internet connection. So to be honest, I haven't had any small problems with internet connections, because still even now I have two methods. So one method is like a LTE method, second is cable method. So if I have problem with one method, I can choose second one. But not everybody is, let's say, strong in IT. So we have to understand that. So what next? Mental barriers resulting from the urgent need to speak to the computer and not to living people. So very often students switch off cameras. So how to speak to computer? And for me, it wasn't problem, but for many our professors, it was a very big problem. Next, the need to apply self-limitation and self-discipline to extend, if you compare to the traditional forms. So it was next problem for some professors. Next, low self-assessment of technical competencies related to system operation. Now, of course, we had also something else. So these diagrams present some fears of professors if we take into account age of them. So what we can say about this diagram? So young professors, they had some fears. So it is not that only let's say professors with experience had some problems. Not. So as you see, everybody had some fears. So next problem was how to conduct laboratories and project classes. But it turned out that, for example, in my case, I haven't had any problems. What I did, I have prepared many laboratories based on cloud computing system. On the internet, there are many cloud computing systems in demo version or free of charge, and I have selected some software, and students and me, we could use this cloud computing system, and it was almost similar if you compare to face-to-face classes. And what is interesting, those cloud computing systems which I have explored and I discovered, I'm going to use after pandemic. So next problem which we had was with diploma exams, but fortunately we have managed. And only difference between, let's say, laboratories, classes, using this remote, let's say, system was that we have obliged students to switch on cameras, and we have prepared some regulations, and students before exams had to prepare for this exam everything according to regulations which we have. So what we can say now to sum up my speech. The university had never conducted remote classes before the coronavirus pandemic. It's true in my university, in UJW. Nobody had experience in this field. Nobody. So except people like me, IT specialists, and so on. The vast majority of academic teachers did not know the Teams platform and never use it. They didn't know about it at all. Moreover, they did not know that such a platform exists at all. Among students who did know the Teams platform and never heard of it, the percentage was even higher and reached 90%. Okay, so we have did some small research, and it turned out that respondents indicated a lack of emotional relationship between students and lecturers. In my opinion, the solution to this problem seems to be further development of remote teaching system through the implementation of modern technologies such as Internet of Things, big data, and virtual machines. So that's why I have, during pandemic, I have prepared some paper about model of e-learning 5.0 remote teaching methods. So it means, in my opinion, this is next step. Even I hope that we will never have again this pandemic. I think it's good to do some research about new hybrid methods supported by ICT. So this diagram presents some conceptual framework of e-learning 5.0 platform. And as you see, we have some virtual machines, we have device level processing module, we have remote data processing module, decision support module, and also we have some e-learning portal, which is connected to e-learning 5.0 platform. So it means in the future, I think we will combine e-learning 5.0 portals with some e-learning 5.0 let's say, methods according to this diagram, let's say. So future work, as I told you, the Internet of Things has become a dominated force for business transformation, but also for education. A similar situation is also expected in education. So we will deal with, in my opinion, with hybrid universities. Even, as I told you, we don't want to have this pandemic again, any diseases, any problems, but based on this experience, I think we have changed ourselves, we have improved ourselves, I mean about knowledge in context IT, but to be honest, I didn't want to be improved because of this pandemic, because I lost many things, many friends. So that's why, you know, it's not good, but still we are convinced that in the future we will deal with hybrid university. This is a future work, hybrid university. Take a look. There are some internal sources of information. There are some external sources of information, and together inside in this hybrid university, we will have a biggest amount of information. So that's why we will need some Internet of Things, big data, machine learning, etc., etc. So as you see, visible to use trends in education, which will have influence for education. This is integration of devices or equipment which we have in this moment in university. They use video system as well. Further automation and the use of large-scale machines, ability to control via internet from anywhere in the world. What's more, I think the future is internet of everything. So it means even people, not only machines, will be in internet. Of course, some people who are not strong in IT, they are scared, so we will be robots. No, it is not like this. But we should know about trends. And one trend, which I see in this moment, which will have influence, big influence for universities, is Internet of Things. And second is Internet of Everything, and many others, which I'm showing you below. So, okay, so let me say a few words about influence of pandemic on business, because it was about education, but as you have heard, I'm also owner of IT consulting company. In the pandemic, the situation of coronavirus, many companies have been forced to close of their stationary branches. So they had just one decision: to be closed or to shift traditional business to the internet. So this is, you know, some next aspect. One was education during my speech, and now I'm talking about business because it's worth to clarify the situation which we have right now in Poland. The situation with coronavirus created threats, and so about if our companies will exist or not. But it also became a development opportunity for other companies that started to record the highest profits during the pandemic. Unfortunately, this is true. We are talking about IT company. On the one hand, some companies had to be closed. On the other hand, some IT companies, they noticed that they have more work, they have more deals, they have more things to do. Okay, so we can talk about some digital transformation in all sectors, in all companies in my country. So the impact of the pandemic on the business in Poland, the pandemic has the biggest impact on companies representing the following industries. I think this is the same like in India: gastronomy, culture, fitness, sport, retail sales, tourist, and also education. But so what's more, so SME companies I think they have managed with this pandemic. This is because they started to react very fast. There is SMEs, small medium enterprises in my country. They are very flexible, and in very short time they changed style. They started to do something else, and so on. So that's why, if we are talking about SME sector, situation was quite good. But what about support? Fortunately, I can say our government started to help at the beginning all businesses, all companies in my country. So all companies had some support, but not support that we will help you. They have sent us, even for my company, because all companies had all companies get some funds. Why? Because our government decided to maintain workplaces for our citizens, and some criteria was like this: if you keep your workplaces for 1 year, even your situation is quite good, we will give you money. Just don't say goodbye your employees. So that's why I can say that all companies in Poland have get some support, have got some support. I know about it because I have many friends who are businessmen, and I'm not talking about IT sector. I'm talking about businessmen who have hotels, who have restaurants, and so on. So in my opinion, our government has managed with this pandemic. And as I showed you on the first slide, let me show you again, which is quite positive, this slide. I think that this coronavirus problem is almost solved. Take a look, this diagram shows us that we are feeling more comfortable and we see every day less cases. But unfortunately, every day in television, we see some news from India, and we are really scared about our brothers and sisters from India, and we are praying for you. So thank you very much, my friends. Thank you.
Excellent, Dr. Polkowski, excellent.
Thank you very much.
You are amazing as always.
No. I try to be like you.
No.
But it's impossible.
No, it is possible. You are such a nice person. If I can say, I want to have only one friend from entire Europe, that is Dr. Polkowski.
Thank you, my friend.
Not just Poland, entire Europe. So nice of you. You have done a wonderful work, and I think it is worth publishing. I'm sure you must be doing it in Poland, but it is worth publishing worldwide. So maybe we will talk it out later as to how to do this, isn't it?
I think it could be good to compare situation in my country, for example, and in India, because you know me, and I'm convinced India can teach us, Poland can teach India. Just international collaboration, this is the best way to improve ourselves.
Right. And I will also check with my FPT University in Vietnam. So because there I am encouraging them to set up a research center. So with the research center, we will train them and we will come out with publications, and there would be some budget for this to be sanctioned and such things. So I'm sure we can have a multi-country study.
Right.
Even Bangladesh, even Cambodia, others also, even US, and we can do this. So maybe we can come out with a book on the whole, the entire topic, a book. And of course, the organizer of this conference, Gokhale Education Society, is a probably 110-year-old society, education group. And for our former, one of the freedom fighter, His brother and family and friends have set it up before 110 years. And they have small and big, about 150 to 160 educational institutions in urban and rural areas, including Mumbai, but headquartered at Nashik. And some more things we will work out. And I will have you on the board with this group also for some remarkable thing. And in the book idea also, we will have them because the idea originated with this conference. So we will have a word later on that. But fantastic.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Any question I would, ask? Any, Rajesh bhai, we have 10 minutes, so you can ask questions.
Yes, sir. We have one or two questions as asked by one of the participants, Sarmila Jajodia. Her question is how to motivate students and keep them engaged during the online teaching or in e-classroom, because this is one of the, I think, big issue in India also, as there is a switch from physical to e-learning. Many times, I mean, at the initial stage, students are not interested. Sir, can you please throw some light on this?
Yes. So I can tell you, dear professor, that I have positive experience in this context, and I haven't had any problems to motivate students. So what to do? Just to give some practical task for students. Nobody wants to hear 1 hour, of voice of somebody and to not have face-to-face contact. It doesn't make sense at all. But some professors, they are quite conservative. If they have in curricula, I have lecture, they speak 1 or 2 hours, like this, and how to be concentrated. Everyone knows that each person can be concentrated just 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, some students will lose control, and each professor should know about it. I know about it. We train people in business. If we train people in business, we don't speak more than 15 minutes. After that, we try to give them some extra tasks. And what is interesting, as I told you during my speech, on the internet, there are many cloud computing solutions, fantastic programs, fantastic solutions, and many of them they created because of EU programs, which we have, according to, Erasmus Plus program and so on. So my advice is to teach students in practice, in practical way. They will not sleep. If you will just speak, they will speak like baby. They will sleep like baby. This is my personal opinion.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I have one more question.
Yeah.
Surely it is an era of digitalization. There's no doubt about it. The entire world is heading for that. What do you feel about the security in future of all digital transactions?
Okay. Okay, let me say. So in Europe, in 2019 we have started to implement GDPR. This is General Data Regulation Protection. So it means all companies, all institutions are obliged to secure IT systems which we have to protect personal data. That's why a person like me, I'm not scared that in the future I will be, let's say, part of internet. But people who don't know exactly what is going on, they are scared. So that's why I think we should use technology in positive way. As you know, everything we can use in positive and negative way. But in my opinion, technology is not bad. Technology is good. Sometimes people, they don't know how to use technology in positive way. So my opinion is that we will not have problems with security. Of course we have, but first step we did in Europe. This is GDPR. I know almost many things about GDPR because in many institutions, private and public institutions in Poland, I'm responsible for this security of IT system, and I'm responsible to protect personal data because I'm, let's say, special officer, special auditor. So that's why I know that we have started this process. But as I know, also in India, I met many fantastic professors who are really doing good research. They are doing good job in context of security, and I collaborate with them. So it means only good way is to exchange our experience, our knowledge with fantastic professors from your country as well.
Thank you, Dr. Pulkowaski. Very nice. We still have 5 minutes. So any more question?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Sir, with your permission, can we go ahead with one or two paper presentation? Because our participants are really eager to present their papers. So if you permit, Khajuria sir and Polkowski sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I invite Miss Sonika Chaudhary. She is a research scholar, Department of Commerce, Mahasi Dayanand University, Rohtak. Her topic is impact of capital structure on performance during pandemic. Miss Sonika Chaudhary, please. Technical team will help her. Is she there? Yeah, I can see her.
Yes, sir. Sonika ma'am is there.
She is there, sir. I'll call her.
Sonika ma'am. Or we can do one thing. We take the next speaker first, and Sonika ma'am will present later. Will it be okay? Yes. So can I invite Gurpinder Kumar? He is going to present in Hindi. So I beg pardon for that. It is in Hindi. He is assistant professor in Center for. Acha, Sonika Chaudhary madam has come. Yeah, please.
Yes.
Okay. You can start, madam. Your audio is not there. Yeah. I think there is some issue with audio. Is it, madam? Sonika madam?
Technical team, please find out.
Yes, Sonika madam, can you hear us?
Khajuria sir, your audio is off. You can switch it on. Yeah.
Dr. Polkowski has probably classes in the morning normally. It is 8 o'clock in Poland. So if you wish to say a few words of thanks to him, you can, then he can be relieved for his classes.
Sure, sir.
Sure, sir. May I invite Professor Mini Rajan to propose a very well-deserved vote of thanks? Mini Rajan, madam.
Okay, thank you, sir. Honorable Chairperson, Dr. Rajesh Khajuria, Resource Person, Dr. Polkowski, respected Principal, Dr. Mrs. S.V. Sant, respected Vice Principal, Professor R.N. Joshi, my colleagues and the delegates. It is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks for the third session, the third technical session with the sub-theme Pandemic and Service Sector. An impressive CV revealing his rich experience, Dr. Polkowski has extended our worldview about the pandemic situation vis-a-vis the education and business sectors in Poland, the challenges faced and how they were overcome, and the technology and methods of the future. He has highlighted in his talk, which echoes universal concerns in education and business. Thank you, sir, for such a comprehensive talk on both these very important sectors. Thank you. On behalf of the management, our principal, Dr. Sant ma'am, and all of my colleagues, I extend my gratitude to you for accepting our invitation to be a part of this webinar. And we hope to continue our association with you and your country in future endeavors. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mini Madam. Thank you very much.
Shall I continue with
Yes,
Kajuria sir's?
No, we wait. No, Kajuria
we'll
sir
wait.
is with us.
Going to wait
Yeah.
for us.
Kajuria sir
Okay,
will
sir.
be with us.
I am
Yeah.
with you, so
He
don't
will
worry.
be with us.
Just wanted
Okay,
to
sir.
make sure that Dr. Polkowski is free from us. So he is free
Yeah.
to attend whenever he has time. This is a 2-day conference, today and tomorrow. So you are free to pop in, Dr. Polkowski, but you also are welcome to do your other duties at university and students and home.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you
for
very much.
sparing your time.
It was so nice to talk to you. And I wish you all the best, and please convey my regards to your friends, your families. And as I told you, we will pray for our brothers and sisters in India. Thank you. Bye-bye. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Shall we go ahead with the presentation, madam, now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Is Sonika madam ready?
Sir, there is some technical problem. You call Professor Gurpinder Kumar.
Okay, Professor Gurpinder Kumar. He is presently as assistant professor in Center for Women Studies, Allahabad Vishwavidyalaya, Prayagraj. He is going to present paper in Hindi. The topic
Sonika
is,
has loaded the presentation.
but we can't get her voice, no?
Sonika ma'am, are you able to hear us? Sonika ma'am? No, we are not able to hear Sonika ma'am.
Can someone call her?
Definitely, sir. That is
Surrender, sir, please call her.
Yes, madam. Yes.
Sonika madam, can we wait for you for 2 minutes before, let us have presentation with Gurpinder Kumar.
Yes, yes.
I think he is ready. Gurpinder Kumar, his title of the research paper is महामारी में प्रवासी महिलाओं का जीवन और संघर्ष, जेंडर दृष्टिकोण. Sir, you can start, please. Gurpinder Kumar, sir.
Thank you, sir. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं आप सबका धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि आपने मुझे इस कार्यक्रम में पेपर पढ़ने के लिए आमंत्रित किया. मेरा जैसे टॉपिक सर ने बताया कि महामारी में प्रवासी महिलाओं का जीवन और संघर्ष और जेंडर दृष्टिकोण. सबसे पहले हमको ये देखना होगा कि जो कोरोना वायरस है, जो पेंडेमिक के दौरान जो हालात खराब हुए, जिसमें कि देखते हैं कि जो वर्तमान समय में जो कोरोना वायरस का जो बढ़ता प्रसार है, उसने किस तरह से बड़ी आबादी को जो है घर पे रहने के लिए मजबूर कर दिया. और इसके साथ साथ ही जो स्वास्थ्य का जो क्षेत्र है, या इसके अतिरिक्त जो अन्य क्षेत्रों में चल रही जो मानवीय गतिविधियां हैं, उसको पूरी तरह से इसने एक तरफ लॉकडाउन करके रखा हुआ है. और इस समय जो लॉकडाउन का जो उद्देश्य होता है, वो सिर्फ मानवीय जीवन की रक्षा करना होता है और कोरोना वायरस के प्रसार को रोकना होता है. लेकिन जो महिलाएं और बच्चे और महिलाओं को इसने घरेलू हिंसा का सामना करने पर भी विवश किया है. मैं अपने पेपर को पूरा नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन जो उससे मेन पॉइंट्स हैं मैं उससे बात करूंगा. और खास करके कोरोना एक ऐसा संकट था जिसमें हमने देखा कि मार्च में जो लॉकडाउन लगा 2020 में, उसने एक पूरी जो प्रवासी मजदूर हैं, जहाँ हम ये कहें कि जो ऑल ओवर इंडिया का 14% जो पॉपुलेशन है, या 14 करोड़ से ज़्यादा पॉपुलेशन जो वो प्रवासी है, उसमें अगर हम 50% रेशियो महिलाओं का निकालें तो इसने कहीं ना कहीं महिलाओं को काफ़ी बुरी तरह से प्रभावित किया है. और इसमें जो प्रवासी महिलाएं हैं, जैसे कि मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन हुआ कि मैं इलाहाबाद से हूँ, तो इलाहाबाद में मैंने सर्वे भी किया था एक ब्रॉड लेवल पे कि जो वहाँ पर रेडी पटरी लगाते हैं, जो बंडी लगाती हैं, जो महिलाएं हाट लगाती हैं रोड पर, तो उनकी समस्याओं को लेके एक मैंने फील्ड वर्क किया था अपने स्टूडेंट्स के साथ में. तो हमने वो वहाँ पर पाया कि उसमें से ज़्यादातर महिलाओं का 40 से 50% रेशियो में इनकम में कमी आया. इसी तरह बहुत सारे इंटरनेशनल सर्वे भी हुए जिसमें कि भारत ने भी प्रवासी जो श्रमिक मजदूर हैं उस पर एक बड़ा ही एक संकट पैदा कर दिया कि जिसने कि उनकी आजीविका पर, उनकी जो फूड है या उनके जीवन यापन पर काफी असर पड़ा। और इसमें मैंने जो सर्वे में पाया, मैं फाइंडिंग्स बता रहा हूँ, ज़्यादा पेपर पे गहराई पे नहीं जा रहा मैं, तो मैंने पाया कि जो महिलाएं जो रेहड़ी लगाती हैं, सब्जी बेचती हैं, जहाँ बंडी लगाती हैं, तो उन्होंने ये बताया कि हमारा बहुत जो 50 से 60% जो हमें इनकम होती है
Good
उसमें
afternoon. Some conference is going on, so shall I call you in the afternoon? Yeah.
Hello.
भूपिंदर जी चलिए।
ओके सो वो जो बात कंटिन्यू कर रहा था कि उसमें देखा कि क्योंकि आजीविका पर काफी असर पड़ा है। और दूसरी बात ये कि जो महिलाएं लोग जो मेड का काम करती हैं घर महामारी ने ऐसा क्लास जिसको कोरोना है हो जाता है या जो कोरोना का शिकार हो गया, तो उससे लोग किस तरह बचते हैं और किस तरह से उसका जो एक तरह का जो बहिष्कार किया जाता है सोसाइटीज में, तो वो कहीं ना कहीं इसका एस्पेक्ट है। दूसरा एस्पेक्ट इसका ये निकलता है कि महामारी में किस तरह से जो भारतीय किस तरह से उनके आर्थिक जो जीवन अब वो घर पे क्या दोगे हैं, घर पे क्या
I think we lost connection with him, I suppose.
Yes, sir, we have lost the connection.
Okay, can we call Sonika madam if she is ready? No?
She is not there.
Okay. So shall we conclude for the day, my son, madam? Is madam there?
Yes, sir.
Madam. Yeah. So I think we lost the connection with those two.
Yeah, I know.
Participants.
I was here.
So unfortunately, they couldn't complete their paper. In fact, it was really a mind-blowing day for the conference. Madam, I am really very happy that we had undertaken this project and we all will be benefited immensely. I would like to offer my very, very special gratitude for Dr. Khajuria, and I expect that Madam will also join with me in that. Madam, our special felicitation to him.
Yeah.
Ho gaya. Thank
Sir,
you very
we are really obliged, and we feel that this blessing should always be with us. Your blessing should always be with us. May I request Mini Madam to propose a formal vote of thanks to Khajuria sir, and then we conclude the session.
Sir, 1 minute, sir.
Yes.
Actually, virtually we would like to felicitate Dr. Khajuria sir.
Right.
And he will be happy to accept it virtually.
I will.
Yes, because he possesses excellent communication skill, leadership skill, and as I said, his presence in any session or anywhere make the environment very happy and enthusiastic. He is always with us to guide us in every endeavor. And really in this session, he has touched upon very important aspect, challenges in post-COVID era, and that is improving quality of education. Sir, really, I agree with you. And in a very excellent manner, in a precise manner, you have mentioned that a solution, that Jnana, Karma, Bhakti is a crucial message for post-COVID era. And I feel with the support of all these guest speakers from foreign countries and Dr. Khajuria, definitely we will try to bring that earlier golden era. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, madam. I'm going to bother you with writing and sending some papers on the 18-volume project, which is based on this, the quality education and accreditation, both in India and worldwide. So,
Sir, it will not be a disturbance. It will be my pleasure.
And Dr. Polkowski will look after European part of it, and you will look after the Mumbai and Nashik and your group and areas.
Definitely.
And we will have you as a lead editor for a section of the one of the volumes. So it's a pleasure. And
pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Mini
Yes,
madam.
Mini madam.
I'll resume the interrupted vote of thanks. And in any case, after what ma'am and Doshi sir has said, this is only a very formal vote of thanks, sir. So putting the education in perspective from ancient times to the present, the chairperson, Dr. Khajuria, stated his concern on improved quality of education, and with his emphasis on learning of skills, he set the tone for the session. Sir, on behalf of the management and our principal, Dr. Sant, ma'am, I extend a heartfelt thank you for chairing this session. From your spontaneous singing in the inaugural session to the critical perspective of education presented in this session, you have added immense value, not just to this session, but to the entire webinar. Thank you once again, sir. And I think I'll invite Dr. Doshi, sir, to conclude the session. Thank you, sir.
Mini madam, please have
Yes,
a spotlight on you. And I want to say a word to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I wish to say that you are, your English is excellent, and you are very strong, but also very emotional. So please take care of yourself.
Are you a face reader, sir?
He is a professor of English.
Oh, okay. Okay, sir. Nice to know that, sir. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the compliments. And thank you.
Jesus may bless you.
You too, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khajuria. And I expect that in future also, I will have the similar opportunity to be with you as I had in the past.
Always, Rajesh Bhai, you are a good friend.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kindness. So we conclude this session for the day. And again, we expect a wonderful session tomorrow also, sir. Tomorrow we will start with your session
8:30. 8:30 with Dr. Christopher Spiker and Dr. Amy.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I will be there.
Yes,
Thank you,
yes,
sir.
yes.
Thank you. So thanks
Most
to all
welcome.
participants. Yeah, thanks to all participants for a very patient and good hearing and cooperating us very nicely. And thanks to entire team of our college for helping each and everyone at every moment. Thank you very much. Thank you, madam.